Hi everyone, and welcome to the Trash Crew and the Gentlemen Strangers. We're on episode 10 of Volume 2. Isn't that exciting? So not long to go on this season of Gentlemen Strangers. That being said, watch this space for more trash stuff that we're definitely working on and won't be just coming up with on the fly. In the meantime, I hope everyone's having a wonderful weekend and has had a wonderful couple of weeks. Couple of weeks? 1 week? When did we last meet?
Last year.
It was a couple of weeks, I think, since we last gathered together for this epic story of anti-heroes and the arguments they get into with witches. I don't have any announcements to make, but look, everyone's here. I got a full deck, and we have bonus cat. Which cat is this, Zoe?
This is Charles.
This is-
You can tell because he's aggressive.
Oh, I see. This is
This is
Charles.
Charles.
Charles is expressing aggression in an affectionate way, which actually is a very trash crew way of doing things.
True. I like to think that Charles is representing
I need you to stop.
Bree here.
If Bree were here, that's exactly the way it'd be done. You just get affection in a really just aggressive way. Okay, last session, a storm descended upon London. A storm which Wilhelmina Constantine said is absolutely not a natural phenomenon. It's the result of someone somewhere working big magic, obviously out of character, and in the audience we're all aware that someone has been working big magic and summoning the storm by name. It was enough for Constantine to nope out of the city and encourage you all to strongly consider doing the same. But you didn't. The storm has now been going for over a week, say 10 days or so. And the nature of it is that the winds are very strong up at cloud level. So the clouds are sort of roiling and really humming along. There's lots of wind on the surface, enough that everyone's windows are rattling and doors slam, and it's getting towards batten down the hatches kind of weather. There hasn't been much rain. To be honest, the most wet you're going to get in this weather is if you're walking too close to the river, when you're going to get sprayed. The Thames is as choppy as the sea at the moment. It's pretty bad. And of course, it is continually thundering. The low rumble is so continuous that you almost don't hear it anymore. It's just as much background noise as the background noise of distant factories and the rumble of carts and horses in the street. But every now and then there's a flash of sheets of lightning up in the clouds, and the thunder that follows is always within a second or two. So it's pretty spooky. I think Burke has not been having a very good time, sadly. Burke is obviously a tough little fellow, but nevertheless, the unpredictability of the storm is upsetting him, and I think also the change in air pressure has probably not been very good for everyone's tendency to get headaches, and Burke has no way of expressing general dissatisfaction, except for he's just not been himself. He seems a little down, so we do feel sorry for poor Burke, who's only trying his best to be a good boy. But it's London, and even when it's on fire, London doesn't stop. So you are all gathered together at the Aventine. By now, it's known in the sorts of circles that you mix in that this storm isn't natural. People speculating all sorts of things about it. Some are saying you've come under attack from some sort of mad conclave of magicians. Other people are saying no, it's something deeper than that. This is not human work. Humans can't work magic like this. This is something spiritual. This is something kind of God's judgment kind of thing, except that instead of God, it's more like the strange animistic spirits that lurk in the upper atmosphere, that kind of thing. But generally speaking, the sorts of circles you're mixing in are certain of one thing: this storm is here for a purpose, It's not natural, and it's not going away until that purpose has been fulfilled. But there's so much confusion going on about it. No one you've spoken to anyway, seems to have done a forensic examination of what could be going on. So you're all in the Aventine, and it's been a while since all four of you are together. So rather than me going straight to someone coming to you with a problem or suggestion or invitation, I want to go over to you guys and let you, catch up and gossip and whatnot.
So, I want to know how much, before we get into it, how much Mike knows about what happened last session.
I listened to the majority of it, yes.
I wasn't sure how, because I know you were there and I know you were painting, but it's easy to say, oh, I was there for all of it. Then we go, so you remember the kangaroo? And you're like, oh, no.
Mike actually suggested the kangaroo. Mike inserted the kangaroo as a major hinder to that session.
It's an expensive shitpost.
It's an expensive shitpost. That's all major hinders are, is they're expensive shitposts.
So I like I've got the tableau in my head, which is that the gentlemen strangers have their little nook table. Mr. Spider has his seat where he always sits. And then Mr. Hound is sat, on the other bit, which is always the bit where there's space on the floor for Burke. And I like the idea that Mr. Spider, who has spent the last 2 weeks with a perpetual headache, because of the air pressure, doing this.
Izzy, you're not actually in frame when you do that.
Oh, am I not? Sorry, I'm in frame on Zoom. Doing this, and it's just leaning, and he has his drink, and that between them, Mr. Lurk and Mr. Leech have been filling in Mr. Hound on what's going on. Mr. Spider, the usually quite loquacious, has not said a single word, and is sort of nursing the same glass of brandy, and both of them get to the end of so that's what happened. That's about the long and the short of it.
Impressions of your fellow strangers are hugely appreciated, I'm sure.
Well, I just needed you to know who was speaking. Plus, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I do unfair impressions.
I knew who you were doing impressions of, so I guess it can't have been that bad.
And basically,
one of them has a southern accent. That's not.
They both
of them.
Technically, they both have southern accents. Yeah.
Got him. What is
Forgive
Cornwall
me for not knowing
the Texas of the UK?
In so many ways.
Of the UK. Oh my god.
When you say the South, we know what you mean. You need to know what's in the South of us.
Why?
Because we are in the Gentlemen Strangers, and therefore Britain
one of them is the South.
Center of the world.
That's how time works,
you
right?
know what time it is in Greenwich. Therefore, you should know that Cornwall is the Texas of the British.
I don't even know that Cornwall is the Texas of Britain. That doesn't even make sense to me.
No, just Mike said it, and I'm backing him up.
Oh, okay. Wow, that is a rare event.
We stand Mike.
No.
So I guess what I'm interested in, Mike, is what is Mr. Hound? What would his take have been had he been present for the door barkle? What does he feel about the fact that the door is available now?
He is he's not a subtle man, and so it's pretty clear the moment the idea of stepping into the door and liaising with something that we don't understand on the other side of the door, he's just lip curled up, every now and again grunting. It's pretty clear if he had been there, he would have been vehemently against Doormageddon.
Sure.
But he's looking between them every now and again.
If he at any point tries to make eye contact with Mr. Spider, it just isn't happening. Mr. Spider is checked out of this conversation. And I don't know how kind the others are about the fact that Mr. Spider sort of had a little meltdown, but
I think
context clues. They're being diplomatic. Mr. Spider is not speaking, and Mr. Hound, for all that he's not subtle, knows Mr. Spider better than anyone.
Yeah.
Oh no, are we best friends? Oh no.
I think you're accidentally best friends.
Yeah, I think you're best friends by default.
You're best
Mr.
frenemies.
Order
Hound, my best friend whom I hate.
elimination. Yeah.
Can't be best friends with Steerage. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you have to be best friends with Steerage. You're the only member of first class now. Full offense intended to everyone else. Well, I just want to note, Bowman, 63 months. That's incredible. But also, I'm sorry that your sleep was interrupted. I hope everyone in your building is okay, and I hope you
Bowman,
enjoyed your staycation last time we
There
gathered. What an
aren't
eventful life.
63 months. That's not possible.
There are only 12 months in a year, so I
Yeah.
can't really understand how that's happened. But that's fantastic
Liar.
stuff. Thank you.
Bowman,
Yeah.
who has been a fan of the It You Crew since before the It You Crew
Since before,
even
yeah.
existed.
Before I came on the scene. Yeah, fantastic. So, Spider, you're nursing what I think is a distinct tension head.
Yeah, Mr. Spider has had a tension head this whole.
Well, I'm sorry to make it worse. But a couple of people enter the bar who I'm guessing no one's particularly pleased to see. And when I say it's a pair of people, I of course mean it's Messrs Thorn and Wynn Esquire, lawyers and functionaries of the Court of Misrule.
I don't think that Mr. Lurk has ever seen them before.
Yeah,
No,
I've
I
never
don't
met
think
them.
either.
So
No, because they saw them at the museum heist, but I was in the back the whole time, so I don't think that I know anything about these people.
you did
briefly.
did not encounter them at the museum. That's true. Mr. Leech, you did. They were the ones you temporarily you gave the papyrus you stole to, and they gave you a translation of it in return for your industry.
Yeah.
But no, Mr. Lurk has never actually clapped eyes on them. But you do recognize they both have lapel pins showing a hare riding a hound, which you know by now from talking to Mr. Spider and from Amelia is the symbol of the Court of Misrule, which she is in fact an infiltrating member of. Enjoy your breakfast, Bowman. We think very well of you. They arrive. They look like if you didn't know anything else about them, they look like two solicitors who just got off a slightly late office hours, and they've come for a drink in a pub they don't entirely know. They don't do the usual thing of asking Edward where you're all sitting. They stop in the doorway as if they're too good to speak to someone as low as the landlord of the pub. And when they spot you, they walk straight over. One of them, you've never actually learned which is which. They don't look identical, but they look very. They look like they were pressed from a similar mold, but you've never quite remember which one's Mr. Thorn and which one is Mr. Wynn.
Mr. Hound's like, oh, all white people look the same.
To an extent, all white people look the same, and their names are so nerdy that it's possible that they're made up.
Maybe we just don't care to know.
Maybe you don't care to know them. That's absolutely true. Gentlemen.
They're very Thompson and Thompson in my mind now.
Okay, yeah.
Well, they've always been Doe and card holder to me.
They're the British Doe and card holder, really, yeah. Top references. Gentlemen. I do hope we're not interrupting. I feel morally obliged to note, in accordance with the mores of the era, terrible weather we're having.
Quite.
Well, let's dispense with the pleasantries, shall we? We have something of a task for you. I know this is unconventional, but we did collaborate on that matter at the museum, so we thought needs must when the devil drives, as it were.
Mr. Spider basically indicates to the two chairs that at the other side of the table.
Thank you, we won't be staying. Tomorrow evening, a dinner party is to be held at Lambeth Palace, where His Grace the Archbishop is hosting several luminaries. We know for certain that the Archbishop of York has travelled down for this event, and we know that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales will be in attendance. This has caught our interest, since we are aware that the three of them and several other gentlemen of high society are involved in what, let us delicately call, a special interest group. A cabal of sorts with a very particular interest in the affairs of state, beyond their usual brief, if you take my meaning. The sort of affairs which all of us at this table have taken an interest in the past. These meetings are very rare, and we do not know everyone who attends. We have tried our best to get sources of information in our usual way, but the security precautions have proven resilient. We need people on the ground that we are not customarily associated with. And that brings us to the gentlemen strangers. You have a demonstrated talent for getting to places where you oughtn't be, and, to everyone's surprise, getting out again. Is your interest piqued, or shall we try to find someone else?
We can call it peaked.
The job is this. We need a list of attendees of this meeting. For this, for your trouble, we are prepared to pay 6 coin. However, there is a bonus if you are able to acquire a little more information. Should you find yourselves able to stay in proximity of this meeting long enough to ascertain its general topic of discussion, if you're able to remember any detail about what particularly was discussed, we are willing to offer you a price that is perhaps a little more interesting than coin. We have some awareness of the sort of business that the gentlemen strangers are famous for. And, as you, I'm sure, appreciate, we are also interested in eldritch matters. We have acquired an item for which we have limited use, but which may be of use to you, a weapon of an eldritch nature, particularly attuned to fighting, shall we say, the sorts of supernatural being that do not walk in daylight. Yes, I can see, Mr. Spider, that indeed this item, which is of no use to us, may be of use to you. Therefore, if you're able to stay at this meeting for long enough to tell us its main topic of discussion and perhaps a few of the details, it is all yours.
So, DM, this is Zoe asking.
Yep.
So basically what they're saying is there's these government people that they think are involved in like a cult sort of thing, and if we can get information about that cult by attending this, like banquet party thing, meeting, I don't remember which word you used. If we can get information, they can give us money, and the more information we get, they have like a vampire killing thing.
Yeah, so I mean,
gist of it.
That's the gist of it. There's a slight bit of nuance to it, which I actually think might be lost on Mr. Lurk, or might not, depending upon how native he's gone living here.
It's their accents, you know. He has to like translate in his head.
But there's a nuance. Certainly, I think Mr. Spider will be particularly aware of this, just because he is himself works for the government. That the only word of that was not completely accurate there was that these are government people. These are more like state people, not government people. These are church leaders and royalty. They should not be interfering in the government at all. But indeed, Mr. Thorne or Mr. Wynne, whoever it was who was talking at the time, intimated that they are indeed involving themselves in a way that is unconstitutional.
That's against the Constitution.
I mean, it's equivalent to the President of the United States walking into the Senate and going, "You have to vote this way. I don't care." I mean, I think presidents can veto shit, so maybe that's okay.
I mean, that's also like what executive orders are.
That is true.
Fuck Congress.
And as someone who belongs to a country where we've been fighting against the royal prerogative for 400 years, I do find that shockingly offensive. Then again, our prime minister can declare war whenever he wants without asking anyone, so whatever. Oh well, I'm sure that'll never come up in 2003. Sorry, I didn't know when I said that. That was a strange year to give as an example. Anyway, yes. So the nuance of this is, yes, cult is certainly the implication, or at least if not cult, certainly some kind of odd Masonic, some secret society sort of thing. It's a bit rich for Thorn and Wind to be talking about this, if we're being completely honest. And the Gentlemen Strangers are not themselves not a secret society. They just don't happen to interfere in affairs of state, although I guess this might count. So yeah, 6 coin they're offering for the bare minimum, which is a guest list. But yes, if you can get this extra information, potentially a vampire killing weapon.
I assume you've done a certain degree of initial intelligence yourself.
We have some idea of we know 3 of the guests, of course. His Royal Highness and the Archbishops of Canterbury and York are in attendance. We heard a rumour that Cardinal Manning might also be attending, but that is unconfirmed. We've never known them to be explicitly associated before, for obvious reasons. Mr. Leech has, of course, a special relationship with Cardinal Manning.
Oh, good to hear that he's thinking about him.
He's alive, is he? That's good.
I'm glad he's doing better. I heard he had a bit of a funny turn.
We do have some diagrams of the grounds and the palace itself, if that would be useful to you. One of them reaches into his briefcase and hands over an envelope of papers.
Mr. Lurk will take those.
There is some renovation occurring at the moment. We've made note of that on the plans. The feast is likely to take place in the Great Hall, which is this building here. And, it does not have the most corners to hide in, but there is an upper gallery you might make use of. Unfortunately, for the past few days, because of the renovations and the impending party, the Great Hall has been closed to the public. So we have not been able to ascertain whether the renovations have moved inside.
Mr. Lurk is going to start, just poring over these maps, trying to, just see what he can see, at least upon first glance.
You can roll for that, see if we can get you some extra detail they might not have spotted, since you're better at this than they are.
That would be what? Survey?
Well,
study?
I'm happy even in the context that it's about a building and its grounds. I'm happy with either survey or study, whichever you prefer, to be honest.
Survey. So controlled, standard, no bonus dice. Well, that's a 3.
Okay. So you aren't sure that there's anything else you can spot. I'll add a bit of info that's kind of obvious that you'd get even on what is technically a failed roll, and that's that there are quite a few entrances to the Great Hall building. It's one of those very old buildings that's got little doors and big doors and things like that. You can see that the plans are up to date as of about 3 or 4 years ago, so it's unlikely that these rather ancient doors have suddenly been bricked up, but you don't know what the renovations are. There are things marked on the map which show that where there are scaffolds that have gone up and things like that.
Okay.
Well, if that's accepted then, gentlemen, do you have any further questions?
When is this supposed to be taking place?
Tomorrow, the guests are arriving at approximately between 6 and 7 in the evening. We don't have a firm time on when the dinner is due to begin, but usually with events like this, I would suspect 8 o'clock, the meeting probably lasting well into the night. Unusually, we believe that all of the guests are to be staying at the palace overnight, which is quite a unique opportunity since His Royal Highness usually returns to St. James's.
So this dinner and these renovations have been carrying on as normal despite the suspect weather outside.
Well, the weather has undoubtedly slowed things down, but since thus far there has been very little rain, I think let us say I believe the project is fait accompli at this point in terms of public funding. Quite a lot of members of parliament have been objecting to palace refurbishments, and so I think they don't want to risk the ire of the Commons in applying for another grant.
All right.
Although I will note that our scouts did not report any actual workmen on site any of the days that we were there. So it could simply be for the look of the thing. Make use of that however you like.
Worth looking into, certainly.
Well, the gardens and park are still open to the public. It is perfectly possible to orbit these buildings, although it's not exactly a pleasant summer day out, but it is perfectly lawful for one to orbit these buildings during the day. Undoubtedly, an expert crew such as yourselves will be able to ascertain a few things on the ground that these plans will not communicate to you.
All right. Well, that's all from me. My part in this is usually very straightforward, gentlemen.
Well, you have proven yourselves extremely effective in the past. It would be nice for us not to find ourselves opponents for once. Very well put, Mr. Thorn. Well, we shall leave you to your scheming. It's a pleasure, gentlemen. We shall find you here 3 nights hence, perhaps?
Agreeable.
Marvellous. Until then. They turn on their Oxford-endowed heels and march out of the pub.
All right.
Now what?
I'm rather thinking a recce of the place. Look at the scaffolding that seems to be unmanned. Could be a good way in and or out. Maybe look at trying to ingratiate ourselves within the serving staff as a means to get someone boots on the ground. Or even, if any of you have the capacity to do so, trying to secure an invite.
Is this so? This is a palace, and you said the grounds of it are like open to the public. Okay. Is this something that my friend Lawrence, the city clerk, would have like information on? Like, I know that you said that there was like public funding.
Yeah,
like, is that
right, yeah. So this is Lambeth Palace, which is the London home of the Archbishop of Canterbury, who's the most senior member of the church around these parts. And and so the palace and its grounds are church property. They're not owned by the archbishop, and because the church and the state are one, it is therefore pseudo private. But because it's of a religious nature, it's been made publicly accessible. I would say, given that there are public funds involved, since the church is state funded, I think at the very least there will be something, because renovation, the palace is first of all, it's right on several roads, and it banks right up against the river, so it has traffic implications if the renovations are particularly extensive. So I would say that at the very least you might be able to get information about expected road diversions and things like that. Maybe
that's
even
what I
more.
was going to ask. Is if the public funding is going towards the renovations, or is like related to the renovations, that is what I would try and get information about. So I will share that with the group. That I have a friend and city clerk that I think can maybe get me some info on some of the stuff, hopefully.
Very good indeed.
And I can help, scout around the outside. I'm good at finding, corners and dark places to lurk, as it were.
I could come along with you and see if there's any doors or something I can open that are not currently open.
Bear in mind not to be seen as best as you can. We've developed something of a reputation, and we don't want to put these people on edge. I'm going to take the list of people that we have and go and do some
Mr. Spider, do you need like medicine? What is the like Victorian version of Tylenol?
Cocaine, probably.
No, I feel like cocaine is the opposite.
If
We just
he,
put cocaine and everything.
if he's after a painkiller, then he probably needs laudanum or something like that.
I'm sure my wife has some. I can run by my house and grab you something if that's...
Dear Mr. Lurk, if I medicated every headache I have had over the past fortnight, I should be quite incapable.
Noted.
I believe it is something to do with the air pressure.
Well, no guarantee that we'll be able to do anything about that.
No. Although I'm sure some people could. And Mr. Spider takes the list or whatever the piece of paper we have that has the names on it, or he's been scribbling the names down.
Yeah, I'm assuming you've written them down. Yeah.
I shall meet you, and drains his glass and then just goes, I shall meet you gentlemen back in the club.
Does Roll20 have a dark mode? Because...
Yeah.
Can I turn it off? I normally don't say can I turn off dark mode, but it makes the character sheets completely unreadable.
On the left-hand side, you'll see a little moon. A wee moon.
Oh, there we go. Done. Thank you.
Feet nighttime.
I've been looking for a setting, and it was just click the moon. It's always click the moon.
Just click the moon.
God damn it. Well, thank you very much, Mike.
No worries. Once Spider's gone, Hound will look at Leech and be like, can you drug him?
What do you mean? That's what drug you want.
Something to stop him being all mardy about his head.
Oh, I don't know. That might be a little bit too... That might be beyond my expertise, I must say.
Beyond your expertise?
I think you need something a little bit more
than
than
a pope.
That wasn't... He's clearly alright if he's thinking about coming to this dinner party or whatever.
Oh my god, is Leech going to come out with all the stuff he knows about Mr. Spider now? Because that would be a good time.
What? He's weird and talks to himself. I think he needs probably a little bit more than medication. Maybe like
An exorcism?
an institution or I don't know. Do you?
No, hold on. How long have you been under the contemplation that our colleague and the person that we most of the time let lead the decisions, such as I'm not going to pull just an example at random here, opening and keeping open a big obsidian door. How long have you been under the thought that he was not of sound body and mind?
Well, for me, the door thing was really the thing that clinched the deal. Mr. Leech, were you thinking that you had?
I was just kind of. I thought he'd be all right as long as he was making good decisions, and then the door, sort of.
All right.
And then there was that like little tiff.
There was a tiff, was there?
Just between, the Wilhelmina Constantine and and himself, and then I don't know if you've ever like walked past his room or anything.
Don't go near his room. Can't stand him.
All
What's in
right.
his room?
There's not like someone else that lives in his room or anything, is there?
Yeah,
No.
he doesn't have like a pet. I know you have Burke, but like, does he have somebody?
He hates Burke. I don't think he's capable of loving something which has anything other than a human soul. And even then, I'd be guessing.
Even then, wow.
Just, I don't know. Sometimes he's I don't know. Like when I used to work in the field and stuff, I'd sometimes talk to myself, but it seems like he's talking to actually someone else.
Okay.
I just thought it was a quirk.
Chat.
So he's I'm
looking back on it, maybe it's not a quirk and maybe it's something we should probably medicate him for. Or
aren't you a doctor?
I wouldn't go that far.
I was.
I can see why you left the field.
I didn't necessarily leave of my own accord, but
well, yeah, because you
that's highly reassuring, isn't
it? You missed some very important. I mean, is there like you were working on somebody and you saw that they were bleeding and you thought, oh, that's fine. I'm just not going to worry about it, and like didn't tell anybody? Is that?
No, I work primarily on the body, not on the human conscious. Does that make sense? If you've got a hole in your body, I can see the hole in your body. I can fix that.
I see.
But if you've got a hole in your head.
You know, when we a while back when we went into that guy's brain and like did the like dream stuff and like fought the dream demon.
Yeah.
Do you think that would help Mr. Spider? I mean, obviously we can't do it now that we have bigger fish to fry, but is that what he needs? Do we need to like fight a demon in his brain?
Maybe. Depends if there's a demon in his brain or not.
Unfortunately, I don't know how to diagnose that.
I want to impress something upon you, which I think might have gone a bit assumed since you joined the organization. What do you think the ranking structure of the Gentlemen Strangers is?
Well, I sort of see like you and Mr. Spider as like equals at the top because of seniority, and then Mr. Leech is sort of below and just kind of listen to whatever you say. And so, I mean, you weren't here for the whole debacle, as it were. So
I must say it was extremely overwhelming.
Yeah.
I bet.
So it just we just defaulted to Mr. Spider being in charge because you weren't there.
Well,
I'm not used to
certainly-
making my own decisions. I've never been
listen.
my own boss.
I'm not laying any criticism. I'm just trying to help open up the field a bit. I can understand why you'd see seniority as a place of control and authority, but honestly, the opposite is true. That man that's just left is far changed from the man that I first met, and I'm a shadow of my former self. The work that we are doing is whittling something quite key away from us. And so you fresh faces, you are the ones that we should be deferring to. You are the ones that haven't been tarnished by these dark machinations that exist within the roots of the world. You have as much authority as you need. There is no senior member of staff. We are equals, but you need to seize more than your fair share. I'm not putting any blame anywhere about the door. We all know the door was a mistake. We don't need to dwell on the door situation any longer, other than the fact that Mr. Spide had a fight with one of the foremost magicians that's ever given us the time of day should give you that clue of maybe he shouldn't be the one making the decisions. And it shouldn't be me either half the time. I'm doolally too. Some things I just see it and I want to kill it. And I'm not going to stop until it's dead. I'm probably in that frame of mind, not the person that should be deciding whether to stay or whether to go, you know?
Mr. Lurk is just going to look over at Mr. Leech, kind of like,
Mr. Leech is already looking at Mr. Lurk like,
oh no.
I always think it's fun in conversations like this where there's lots of social nuance and things like that. For everyone to remember, because I sometimes forget, that all of the acting that Ash is doing, Ash is of course an unquestionably wonderful role player, is all obscured by this plague mask. So you're all having this really advanced, and so when Ash says Mr. Leech is looking at Mr. Lurk, what she means is,
have you stabbed me in the side of the face?
This raven beak turns to you. I do not know what to do in this situation.
Bugger.
I used to be a doctor.
I'm not sure about this situation, Mr. Lurk.
That's how
like
Darth Vader
the
actually
lamest
spoke.
Bane.
Look, that's how Darth Vader actually spoke before they got James
in the
Earl
original,
Jones
yeah.
in, so
I love the idea as well that in all this, it's just this haunting presence of like Mr. Spider's talking to himself, and we're not sure why.
Just all I'm going to say is feel free to ring the alarm bell on any suspicions that you've got about Spider to me sooner rather than later, and feel free for him on me. Same thing.
All right. Is his cocaine usage like a normal thing, or is that something we should be concerned about too?
I've no idea. I can't afford cocaine. I don't know what a good dosage is.
Oh.
Look at
So
Leech at that.
That's like a lower priority than
knowing what we know in Victorian London, everyone could afford cocaine. It was the thing.
Yeah.
That's true.
Not
I mean,
the amount Mr. Spider knocks it back. Jesus Christ.
I mean, the current society, I think cocaine is a trend, but
It'll never last. In the 1980s, by the 1980s, 100 years from now, no one will even heard of cocaine.
no.
They'll have something much better.
Cocaine 2.
Cocaine, the revenge.
Cocaine 2 Electric Boogaloo.
All right, so we're worried about his cocaine use and the fact that he's talking to himself and that he had a fight with one of the foremost magicians that we've ever met and left a big black door open to who knows where, presumably if not the devil. Possibly
the devil, yeah. Could be.
Yeah, I think that covers it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna beg one of you to take command of this whole party situation. You would
Someone's
be doing me a kindness.
Listen, I'm not even in command at my own house. All right, I listen to the missus. I listen to the missus and my boss. That's
I'm
But
very
you-
used to having a structured authority. This is not.
You don't, but you're not the mask. You could be whatever you want to be with the mask on. I don't even need to know that you like horses and have a wife. That's just something you volunteered. You could say anything. You could say you've got 8 wives across every continent on Earth. I believe it. You could say that you're in command of the British Army. I believe it. So just be the person that's in command of the British Army.
I know that y'all lost somebody a while back before Leech and I joined. And I know that that really hurt Mr. Spider. That's sort of what I have. That's about as much as I know about the situation. But I don't. I think the reason why I trust y'all to make the decisions about everything is that I don't want that to happen again. I don't want to be the cause of that. And if, we go in guns blazing and something happens, I don't want to make the call that leads to that.
Who do you think made the call for Slide's death?
Yeah, but that's the thing is that if it was you or Mr. Spider, which I assume it's Mr. Spider given that he's so broken up about it, but you learn from your mistakes, and I don't want to have to make those mistakes. That's not something I want to learn. But now that he's done that, he's made the mistake, and now he's learned, and now he knows.
There's nothing but mistakes.
I don't know if that logic follows.
There's nothing but mistakes out of us. I don't know how to fight a ghost or a demon or any creature that goes bump in the night. I certainly don't know how to cast spells. None of us have been trained. We've been picked because of our aptitudes. You've got, by being in the dossier of Madam Whisper, the skill set required to be a gentleman stranger. It's all mistakes and it's all learning. And if you're shy of it, then I don't know how far you'll get. I'm not trying to spook you. It's just I've been here for a while and it's only going to get worse. It only ever does. That's just life. Anyway, finish his drink, chin up. We've got a job to do. I'm going to do a recce around the spot. I recommend we do it separately so that you can use different angles to me, and we'll see what we can find out. I'll leave you two gents to a pint. I'll whistle for Burke, and I'll slouch on out of the room.
That was fun. That was fantastic. I enjoyed that so much. I'm going to give Mr. Hound an experience point.
Nice.
See,
I think
Just
that
left
was-
both of us reeling.
It was great. No, I liked that a lot. I think that was great. And also, it explains why Mr. Spider does the initial recruitment and why Mr. Hound does the orientation. I love it. That was
All I'm saying is genuinely thank you. There is nothing more gratifying after you've played for a whole season a man in a decline to witness the conversation that is, we are concerned about the man and his decline. That was
Do you think this man is declining?
That was everything I wanted from this arc. Thank you so much.
That was great. I really enjoyed that a lot. Right, fantastic. So there are preparations to be made. Mr. Leech, I want to start with you. since you are the starting with you, is that reasonable? I'm going to start with you. You're the tech head. You're the chemist. And I know that you sometimes have a crafting idea in mind. So, what have you had any thoughts about this? While these chumps are out, what you're I assume going to the lab and stocking up.
I know. Well, so like the last time we were at some high society thing, I know Leech did a bad thing, but it also kind of worked.
Yeah, the decision that you made was to create a distraction. It wasn't your fault that for some reason things went particularly badly with Cardinal Manning.
And like, I'm not gonna purposely set out to like poison the Prince of Wales or the Archbishop.
No,
but I can't control who drinks what. So it's a backup plan. It's a contingency plan.
okay.
Is what Leech is thinking.
What are you thinking as this backup plan?
Just something that I can put into a drink or food or something like that. Because there's going to be food and people are going to be eating something.
For sure, yeah.
And if someone's going to get in as a server, I mean, yeah. And also, in Leech's mind, there's not too much difference between a chemist and a cook.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're kind of just mixing things.
You're just inventing molecular gastronomy.
Yeah,
And
Spider.
I'm on board for that.
So
Yeah.
Izzy has a question. Did I miss what this mission was about? I thought we were trying to gather information. Why are we poisoning the Archbishop
It's
again?
a contingency plan, Izzy.
Yeah.
It's a
For what?
contingency
No,
plan.
contingency for what? I don't understand.
I don't know.
In
If we
case-
get caught.
Because if we're gathering information, they'll stop talking if one of them's poisoned.
What if one of them turns out to be a wrong un and needs a good poisoning?
My thing is, what if we're trying to get information and we're spotted and it's, oh, look, there's the gentleman strangers. Oh, no.
Somebody's death would
The
cause a
Archbishop's
distraction.
just fucking
Okay,
died.
I just mean
Yes.
we haven't even gotten to the information gathering stage yet, and that was just. That's fine. No,
See,
you
this
far
is
away.
why I this
was
is
just
why I
confused.
started. This is why I started with Mr. Leech, because I always want to know what poison or explosive or tranquilizer or whatever else themed plan Mr. Leech is concocting.
It's a good point. I have a blow dart gun as well.
That is an excellent point. You have a blowgun and some syringe darts. That is true, and you can fill those with anything.
Yeah.
So
The other thing is, like, if we need to get into somewhere, like getting through a door or something, I'm thinking, is there like some sort of
acid.
acid?
I mean, look. Here's the
thermal
thing.
paste,
Basically, the way that this works is you don't have to really think in advance what kind of chemicals you want to take with you. You have 2 bandoliers of chemicals you can potentially bring with you. Each one has 3 vials. And you've got your blowgun and your syringes. If in the moment you say, "Hey, can I have a vial of a very strong acid that can dissolve a lock," then the answer is yes. The only reason I ask in advance is because you might want to craft something that isn't in the normal list. But if it's if it's something that's conceivably in a the list of the most basic sorts of chemicals you'd have, I don't need to know in advance. You can come up with it on the fly.
Okay, sick. Yeah, that's the only thing is it my understanding that everyone at this party is part of this society?
Well, that's what Thorn and Wynn think is happening, because they know that these 3 men are involved in some kind of weird cabal, weird club, and they know that they've gathered that there are multiple guests coming, so they think it might be one of these rare meetings that they have. It could turn out to be nothing, but they're willing to pay 6 coin to find out.
All right, my only other thing to think about is some form of tinkerage that, you know how you can put a glass to a wall and you can hear what's going on inside?
Yep.
Something like that, but more refined. So if we are behind a wall,
You want to steampunk bug the room.
I want to have something yeah, that I can put against the wall. So if we can't get in the room or something, we can at least try and hear what's going through.
Oh my goodness. I love the idea of it. Let me put that in the back of my brain and have a think about that. I think that's a nice idea. I'm not sure that sort of thing is going to be. I mean, I think, to be honest, you might have just described the technology you're going to be you would use in that instance. But because of the sort of the scale of rooms like this, you might not pick up much from that. It's a very spacious room. By the time the sound gets to the doorway you're pressed up against with the glass, there might not be much in there.
All right. Well,
Um,
that's all I
okay.
can really think. I mean, I was gonna go with them to go and
Yeah.
have a look around
Yeah.
if I have times, but
Absolutely.
it won't be as in depth as
Well, I mean,
the
there's value to that. You might spot things like, oh, that's a particularly old lock, or that's a particularly old something like that. Yeah. Okay. Great. So we'll do scouting in a bit because they're going to be related. Mr. Spider, you were going to look. You were going to assemble dossiers on the known guests. Do I have that correct?
Yes. Yes. So he's going to go into the Millennium Club and he's going to look for Amelia.
Ooh, I roll dice to find out when Amelia is going to be about, don't
Yep.
I?
That will decide my next steps if she is about.
Let me do a fortune roll. How many dice do I roll on fortune? I'm going to roll 2 dice for this fortune roll.
6 dice.
No,
Amelia.
Amelia, what did I roll? I got a 4. So Amelia is indeed at the Millennium Club.
Amelia, you home?
Yes, Mr. Spider. She is tuning her cello. That's
How's the
not
club
a
been?
euphemism.
How have things been?
Well, I was thinking of practicing an old concerto I used to play just to drown out the sound of the storm.
Yes, I can't imagine the changing in air pressure has been much good for the strings.
It's the moisture in the air.
Yes. I'm afraid, however, something has come up.
What do you need?
Potential sinister goings on. I have a list here of people who might be in attendance at Lambeth Palace tomorrow night.
Lambeth Palace.
Yes.
Right.
I was wondering if you could gather together some information about it. I have to go out this evening.
I can do my best. Yes. Do you have any leads?
So this is the list of people who we know should be involved. Mostly churchmen, as you would obviously believe.
The Prince of Wales is meeting the 2 foremost primates of the church in one of their private residences for dinner. Is not exactly scintillating.
We believe more people may be in attendance.
I see. Persons one would not necessarily expect to be in attendance, I assume.
Yes. We are looking to infiltrate the palace and hear what they might be talking about.
The civil list, one easily imagines.
We will hope that is all they're talking about.
Oh, very interesting. Well, is there anything else to go on?
Remind me if I miss anything.
No, I don't think you've missed anything. She's just trying to see if you've got any hints. Well, I
was thinking of beginning with we have the last week's papers, seeing if any of them are featured, if any people are travelling who we don't know about the society pages.
Start with the court circular. That usually keeps track of senior royals and the various dinners they're going to. If not, when is this dinner tomorrow night?
Yes.
I don't have time for a telegram to York Minster then. We might have to stick with the Lambeth Palace stuff. Leave it with me, Mr. Spider. I will see what I can find out for you.
Thank you, Amelia. It's very appreciated. Things have been a little strained at the moment, so hopefully this should sort things out.
Yes.
You have no insights on this storm, do you? Everyone's talking about it at the
Insights. I'm afraid I'm not much of a meteorologist. I mean, obviously, I know what Miss Constantine said about it being a not a natural event.
No, it's the consensus at the Aventine that it is not natural.
Well,
unfortunately, I don't have time to look at the books. Perhaps I shall do that later.
Likewise, I mean, I know you. I know you keep me about in part for my my limited knowledge on these things, but certainly if I get some time after the Lambeth Palace thing, I'll try to look into it. But I'm not sure where to start on something as specific as an eldritch thunderstorm.
No. Nevertheless, it's something we should tuck away for later.
You know, there was something 2 nights ago. There was a meeting at the court of Misrule, and there are these two gentlemen who seem to directly answer to the Archer King, who I think are these Thorn and Wind characters you've mentioned before. They were shuffling around the place, having private words with everyone. Izzy's dying. They were shuffling around the place, having private words with everyone all evening. They seemed fairly agitated about something. I wasn't able to get much about it, but I did pick up on a name. Let me follow that one up as well. Does the name Adler mean anything to you?
Adler?
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Adler.
I'll think about it. Don't worry about it, Mr. Spider. I'll get to the bottom of it.
Well, I'll keep my ears open, but thank you, Amelia. I should be back at some point tonight. The others will be returning.
She starts putting her cello in its case. I will get to work right away. No time to lose.
How is her room set up? Does she have a big window? Has she boarded her windows up?
She's had her windows boarded up. Yep.
I would make sure you keep your cello away from the windows in case they get blown in.
Oh yes, don't worry. It's I'll make sure it's looked after. It would be a heck of a thing to replace it. Well, Adler. I'll start there. I'll let you know. She gets on with that. Okay, scouting team. Scouting team. Who would like to start? Mr. Lurk, you peered at the plans. Was there any aspect of the layout of the...
Well, before I scout, I went to go talk to Lawrence Petra.
Of course you do. Yes, absolutely. Is this go to his office? Is it invite him out for a pint?
Ooh. How do I normally do that?
Well, it depends whether you think you're going to want him, given the time frame of this, it depends on whether you think you're going to want him to be able to access his stuff. So it's either
Yeah, I think whatever is most expedient, which would probably be going to the office. That way he has his stuff there.
I think you've
then yeah, I will go and do my normal, turn on the charm, just like lean on the desk and be like, Mr. Petra.
So this guy, if I recall correctly, from your character sheet, this guy, I'm looking at the wrong character. This guy quite likes you, I think. So I think you can try a consort with him if you want. If you're trying to butter him up, if you've got a specific request, you could try swaying him to.
Well, see, I have a point in sway, and I don't have a point in consort. So how would I sway him? I would Ooh.
Well, why don't we if you decide to try and sway him, let me know what it is you're trying to sway him to do, which I assume is something along the lines of tell you as much as he knows about what's going on at Lambeth Palace. And then depending upon the role, we can figure out how that goes. We do have a minor help from Bowman, so we'll give you an extra die on that.
I would like the. Let's see. So I want to figure out what's going on with the renovations.
Yeah.
And what those renovations are. And if there's any, like, if those have covered up any of the entrances or if those have changed any of the entrances. Basically, like, how has that affected the current maps and, like, you know, blueprints that we have of the house or of the palace. And so I feel like that would be that I would be looking for yeah, I mean any like maps of, like, I don't know that like financial documentation or anything would be important. I think any like maps.
You want to know
Or
if
layouts or
there's a
blueprints.
plan for what
Yeah.
it's going to end up looking like. Okay, no problem.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, give me a sway. This guy likes you, so you're in greater effect, I think, because he thinks quite well of you in general. Yeah,
One
with
bonus die?
one bonus die. Yeah.
Yes. With 6.
Look at that, 6, fantastic. With 6 with great effect. That's functionally that's close to a critical success, really. Right. So, well, I mean, I'll give you everything I can. Let me see. This application actually goes back a couple of years. Well, you know how things are with this sort of process. Give me a minute. He heads back to the records room and comes out with a couple of rolls of papers. Right, clear that away. Get that out of my way. Right, okay, what does this look like? There's a couple of walls that need shoring up here. This one was built in the 15th century. It's a bit overdue for a bit of new glass in the windows going on here. They are going to be closing this part of the park in a couple of months' time. This looks like it's going to be taking about half a year to get done. They're going to close up all of Lambeth Road for most of next September, actually. They want to make sure the palace is properly hooked up to the old plumbing. That means digging the road up. Work's due to begin a couple of days from now, so I expect the scaffolding's already up.
So there haven't been any changes yet. They've just put the scaffolding up.
I assume they put the scaffolding up. They normally do that a few days in advance. Then again, who knows how the scaffolding will stay up in this wind. I don't know if I'd like to be one of the builders on this project. Do you?
I'm trying to think if there's any other like questions that I should ask.
There's a note here. Who added that? That's normally Jock who has access to this file. He's not in today. There's a note here that says they're doing the priorities on repairs. Apparently, there was a last-minute application put in for some roof repairs. There's a loose panel on the old roof. Well, that thing was built 200 years ago. That's no good if it starts raining, is it?
Yeah, I mean, which rooms would be? I asked him to like point it out to me on the like blueprints.
Well, that'd be right over the Great Hall. It starts if the wind lifts that panel up, you're looking at basically the old Great Hall gets ventilated, and
that'd be a real shame if they're having like a big party or something, and just whole everybody gets washed away. That was a real sight.
Let me see. They added that. Jock stated that 2 days ago, so they might be having something, but that's not going to get done. There's no way that's going to get done in time unless they're having a party a week from now. There's nothing that's going to get done for that. I don't think it's going to be
Real
much of
shame.
a problem. It says it's loose, so unless there's burglars planning on crawling over the roof trying to get into the upper gallery, I doubt that's going to matter.
That'd be hilarious, yeah. Lawrence, you're always just so helpful. Let me know when me and the missus can take you out and, get you some,
Well, actually,
take you to one of them fancy restaurants.
I'll tell you what. I have just started seeing this bird, right? And I think she might find it quite cool. I've got an American friend, so you can talk cowboy stuff. She'll love that.
Oh, of course. And I tip my hat and I probably don't have a gun on me, but if I did, I would pull it out and twirl it on my finger, and it would look super cool.
You probably don't have a gun on you because it's the United Kingdom. Yeah, probably not. But you could twirl something. I don't know. You might have anything on you. Look, just give her the old ma'am sort of talk. They love that. So I think it's all classy. All right. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I don't know if that's helpful.
Well, thanks. It is. Thanks as always for not asking questions. I hope y'all have a real pleasant day. Good day.
Oh. Lovely. You're always so polite.
That's a thing you say here, right?
That's more Australia, but that's all right. That's fine. Actually, it's funny you should mention that. I had a cousin who was transported for thieving a couple of years ago. He probably says g'day.
Wow.
So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, hope he's doing all right. Probably not. Yeah, so fantastic. Great. Let's go over to Mr. Hound.
Howdy doody.
Write something down here. Ba-ba-bam. Mr. Hound.
Hi.
You are planning to scope the location, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna give my orb a wee ponder, and then I'm gonna basically look at it from a staffing perspective and try and get in that way.
Okay, love it.
So yeah, I would love to ponder my orb.
You'd love to ponder the orb. So we're doing an attune, are we?
Yeah.
Remember, if you like, you can add a bonus die to this roll in return for a segment on the "you see it" clock.
Might as well.
That's what the hell. You only live once.
So attune, controlled position.
You are in risky position for this.
Oh gosh.
Standard effect.
Love to see it.
I have a minor hinder. I'm not going to use it for this though, since the purpose of this roll is to try and give yourself a bonus later on. That would seem a little mean.
And that is a 1.
Did you forget to give yourself a bonus die?
I did. You know what? Let me roll another d6. Another d6. That is a 1.
Well, it turns out I didn't need to hinder you. That's... Oh, goodness. Okay, so a 1. You contemplate the orb. Overall, contemplating the orb hasn't been an overwhelming success for you.
No. I just never bothered to learn more attune. I just figured I'd naturally get good at it if I just did it for long enough.
Okay, so you gaze into the orb. It's cloudy, it's very difficult. You get flashes in your mind's eye of sort of colours that you can't really describe or put names to. Sorts of leaps of imagery that happen in those first few moments as you fall asleep and slip into dreaming. It's all rather disorienting. And you hear a banging on the ebony door from inside the ebony door, and you hear someone shouting, "Anwar!" And then it stops.
Fucking hell. Kind of creep up to the door, listen, see if there's any movement on the other side.
Not that you can discern.
I think we get a tantalizing shot of Anwar's hand kind of reaching for the door handle, but ultimately he pulls it away and goes, "Fuck that," and leaves the door and restashes the orb in the orb hole.
I am going to offer you. I'm going to offer you level 2 harm. Sounds like an offer.
Oh,
I said
great.
I said offer. I decline. I'm going to offer you level 2 harm, which of course you may attempt to resist if you wish. The level 2 harm in this case is that you're always seeing things moving on the edge of your vision until this harm is gone.
I will try and resist.
Absolutely. You can. I think resolve is the thing to use to resist this. Yeah, resolve, because it's a mental thing, isn't it? So you resist that for 5 stress.
Fine. Yeah, that'll be all right.
So that goes down to a level 1 harm, which I'm just going to go with visual artifacts. Every now and then you get a slightly more aggressive floater in the corner of your vision, but it's not enough to go, holy shit, that there's something over there. It'll just mean that your visual acuity is slightly lessened.
Mr. Spider makes dangerous decisions about the arcane and shouldn't.
Don't listen to Spider.
Actually,
he's weird about doors.
Specifically, what Mr. Hound said was, we're both fucked up. And
yeah, but everyone's like, "Oh, the door was a big mistakey."
Well,
Hound, he's just like,
Hound didn't.
To be fair, he didn't open it.
Yes. First of all, yes, Hound didn't open it. Secondly, Hound didn't do this in front of anyone. So
yeah,
he did contemplate
Hound's
the
big
orb,
thing
though.
is just hide your issues.
Yeah,
don't let anyone in.
Yeah.
Don't let them know anything about you.
Yeah, really what Hound said was...
Conceal, don't feel.
Conceal, don't feel. And really what Hound said was, tell on us if we're so irresponsible as to do this shit in front of you. Because, you can't tell on something you never saw. Okay, so...
Grizzly. Awful. Worst decision of this entire game. So, at least this session. So, I'm going to then just go about... I don't get any help from the orb. My plan is I'm looking for staff. I'm going to try and wile my way into a position of even catering, just to try and get on the floor in some capacity.
Well, you might know. Why would you know this? Does Anwar know anything about... He's done odd jobs in his time, hasn't he? Would he have ever picked up, waiting table at events like this, or is he more of a physical labor kind of?
I rather imagine, because Anwar's worked with assassins and spies.
Yeah.
Anwar's done dirty deeds. And so I think he's definitely had some kind of, if not active work as, he knows how to pass as something like that.
Okay. So my thinking is, in this era, when you've got very impressive someone like the Archbishop of Canterbury at Lambeth Palace will have a certain number of staff there, but it won't be enough for hosting a party with people like royalty and other church figures. The custom of the time is to reach out to members of high society and say, hey, if you're not hosting a special dinner tonight, can I borrow one of your footmen? So you could potentially infiltrate as wait staff. You could, that would involve trying to get yourself either intercepting a borrowed footman, doing the old clock them on the head and take their place thing, or you could try something more like infiltrating the ground staff instead. Obviously that wouldn't get you inside. They have different risks and benefits, but before you have to make that decision, you leave the Millennium Club, and on your way out of the door on the opposite side of the road, you see a figure that you've seen before. A man that you have encountered before. The last time you encountered him, he tried to warn you about something. A storm coming, he said. And he's standing opposite the front door, and he's looking right at you.
I dash over there immediately the moment I recognize him. Yeah.
What's your story then?
What are you up to?
He looks. So what he's wearing is this sort of rather worse for wear oiled greatcoat, like the kind of thing you'd wear if you were on a ship in the middle of the ocean. Sort of, it's waterproof, but it would have been when made. Now it looks sort of tatty. He's got this big hat on, this big sort of ruffled round hat on. He looks, I say disheveled, he looks like he's never been sheveled. He looks distinctly unwell, and he looks absolutely terrified out of his mind. You have seen people who have been so frightened by something that fear lives in their eyes permanently. The word we'd use in the modern day is traumatized. And that is certainly, that is the look that he's giving you. It is very different to his somewhat more concerned expression of last time. He's looking, as I say, right at the front door of the Millennium Club. As you approach, he doesn't change his gaze to meet yours. He's just looking straight forward, looking haunted, looking harrowed by something. You have to sort of almost shake him out of his. He looks like he's just completely fixated.
I will do that. I'll even go as far as to grab him by the lapels and give him a bit of a jostle and go, "Congratulations, the storm's here."
Yes.
All right. So maybe the working of cryptic message as you pass me by wasn't the best use of your time. What do you know, and what can we do?
You know, Anwar, you know me.
I've never seen you before in my life.
Look at me. I'm storm haunted. I'm storm blanketed. I hear the skies, but I hear beyond all the ones that I have hurt. All of the ones hurt upon me. They found a way. They're finding a way. And he draws a playing card and flings it to the ground. And they said, "Come, let us build a city, and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven. Let us make for us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth." He pushes you away, and there's a stark flash of bright lightning where the thunder is immediate. It's at the same time. It's deafening. And after that instant, he is gone, and only the card remains upon the damp pavement. And yet, it does not move in the wind. It doesn't even flap in the wind. It sits upon the ground as if the air was still.
I'll attempt to pick the card up.
You pick it up as easily as you would any playing card. As soon as you hold it in your hand, it starts being touched by the wind. Its ragged corners are flickering in the breeze. It's a very ratty and rather old tarot card. Not particularly beautiful, not particularly artful. The art was done by a crude ink printed woodcut. It shows a building you recognize. It shows the Tower of London being struck by lightning. There are 5 figures upon the card. 4 of them are the gentlemen strangers, crudely etched in woodcut. They are standing on the ground looking up at the tower. You recognize the costumes that you wear. You recognize the beak of the plague mask. You recognize your hat. You recognize Mr. Lurk, Mr. Spider. And there is a figure upon the parapet of the lightning-struck tower. a man standing wearing a kingly crown and holding aloft a bow. And the name of the card simply reads The Tower.
I'll share with this with the group later on. For now, mildly disturbed by this. I'm going to go and try and get myself. I'm going to go for the groundwork level, because ultimately, once I'm on the premises and people aren't paying attention to me, I'm pretty good at sneaking around. So.
Absolutely, yeah. Let me grab I'll do a fortune roll. Staff, I'm going to give you 2 dice on that, I think. See what we get. Okay, fantastic. So you got a 4 on the fortune roll. So, when you show up, we've got a minor help.
Ooh.
I'm going to bump that success up. So yeah.
I don't know if you I know you've used Hyperion's.
I haven't used Hyperion's minor hinder yet. No.
Okay, but Bowman also got a minor help.
I did
earlier.
Bowman's minor help. With
when I was away from.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I did use that with Mr Lurk. So I'm going to upgrade your success because I think this is fun. So I'm going to upgrade that to a critical success. On the fortune roll. So what happens is you show up, and you see someone wearing the overalls of a groundskeeper waving you over.
All right.
Speak English.
I put on a thick accent and go a little.
God's sake. Look, I know you're cheap, but honestly.
Cheap, yes, very cheap.
You were supposed to start at 3. The clock doesn't matter. Plants indoors. Big building, big hut. Yeah? Plants indoors. Water them.
I will say something in Hindi, probably along the lines of, "You're an idiot and you can't understand what I'm saying."
Yes, that's right. Watering. What's your name?
I give a name.
You know, okay, I didn't get that. Mr. Chutney or whatever it was you said, go and water the plants. The Idiot Trash Crew does not endorse racism in any form, but sometimes people in Victorian London were cunts.
I like the idea that he said something like, "Oh, Sirhan," and he was like, "Selwyn, all right."
My name for working with English people is James because it's all they can pronounce.
Jammers.
Jammers. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you go and find a watering can.
Thanks for the minor help, everybody. I got hate crimed.
Yeah, thanks, Photo Potato. He actually dropped me a DM on Twitter and said on Discord and said, actually, I specifically want this to involve a hate crime.
Yeah, he said it must be a minor help, but it must involve
it's a minor help. You know, normally a minor help can't upgrade a success to a critical, so there has to be a price for it, and that price in this case.
I want to say right now more than anything, I love Anwar's response to the whole situation of just being like, yeah, fuck you, buddy, and then he's like, watering, I understand.
Watering.
I've heard of this. So you are, by the whims of fate, you have ended up replacing someone who was expected and never showed. So you are led. Of course you are supervised, but you are taken into the Great Hall of Lambeth Palace, and it is a dining hall. It is being set up as a dining hall as you are doing your job, and you can see everyone's arranging plates and cutlery and chairs. There are rulers being taken out. You know, these forks are 2 inches from the edge of the table. The chairs are X inches away from that. They are arranged symmetrically to within 1/8 of an inch. It's that kind of do. And you have been escorted to the Great Hall, but after that, no one's really breathing down your necks. You've achieved that infiltration moment where it's assumed that whoever's in charge of the outdoor staff has let you in. If one were a thief character, one might think there's actually a disappointing hall in this room. There are quite a lot of books. This is also functions as part of the Lambeth Library, but they're all books on theology. Mr. Spider probably wouldn't be that interested. They're all commentaries on the lives of saints and commentaries on the books of the Bible and things like that. However, they have had a large number of plants brought in and put in rather nice planters. I think it's to make people think of more pleasant seasons, since these plants won't be buffeted around by the wind. You can see the layout of the room a little more sensibly than you would just on the plan. It's a broader room than it looks. Also a taller room, because of course the plan is looking top down. It's a taller room. The roof is one of these medieval roofs that's all wooden vaulting, and it's a very deep roof. And there is a gallery that runs the entire width of the room. It's not accessed from in this room. It's accessed from an antechamber, the other end from when you came in. The lighting from the room for this room is suspended from this gallery, and you know from work of this kind that you've done that this means the light will be below anyone who's in the gallery. The gallery functionally has an invisibility field on it once the room gets dark enough. It is lit. And yeah, because you have so much time to do this, I'm not going to ask for a roll. If you've got any questions about further details, I will answer them, because you've got time, and no one's going to be suspicious of you looking around, because it looks like you're looking for the next plant to water.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of that basically becomes flashback fodder at this point.
Yep.
I will work this job unpaid for as many days as I can, continue to kind of get the layout, do gardening, and anything like any other maneuvers I think are best left flashback.
How do you conduct yourself while you're doing this job? Like, I know your character doesn't speak much English, but how do you sort of behave while you're doing this?
They're skittish professional. A lot of assuming I'm not being spoken to if someone's coming over and addressing me, and then looking slightly alarmed, but doing a good job. The kind of person that will get something done. What I really want to leave people is the impression of, he didn't understand every word I said, but he understood the measure of it, because ultimately we are trying to listen in on the conversation. And if even the staff are confident that I can understand an instruction, but not the words surrounding the instruction, that will be a boon to us.
Okay, great. Lovely. So yeah, this is the afternoon of the party. So while you're doing that, Mr. Lurk, I believe you're also planning on scouting the grounds or the buildings
Yes.
separately.
I want to find a couple of things. I would like to find ground level entrances that are as like hidden as possible in case we need a ground level entrance. The second thing I want to find is the easiest and most secure way to the roof. I mean, and this is all just from looking, from like, walking around the gardens and whatever. Obviously, I'm not going to like actually be, like climbing
of
rails
course.
or anything
to
test them.
Okay, so I guess you're probably surveying.
Forgot I had to roll for things. Survey.
Yes, I have a minor hinder.
Ugh.
I'm going to save that. I want to save the hinder for something else. I want to save the hinder for during the score. Actually, I think that's more interesting.
Is this controlled or risky?
This is controlled because you're staying in the publicly accessible parts.
Standard effect.
Yep.
0 bonus dice. Oh no!
Oh no, that's
That's
a
a
one.
1.
The good news
Oh,
is
yikes.
the good news is it's a one. It's a 1 with controlled position, so there really isn't much that can go wrong here. You find yourself unable to confirm what Lawrence told you about a loose part of the roof, just because you can't seem to get an angle on it from the ground. Essentially, you wander around. You're fairly sure at one point you spot someone who looks a little familiar to you, but of course you've never seen Mr. Hound out of his. So it's, I don't know. You see people all the time. But I'm afraid you are unable to add any particular information.
And that's it. Yeah.
It
I
gets
can't
to
just be like, I don't like that. Can I roll again?
I guess the price is that because you only have a day's notice to do this. By the time you're finished trying to squint around to see what's going on, it gets to the time when you have to start heading off to meet with the rest of the strangers.
Yeah.
To recoup, to regroup, not recoup. You're not chickens. Yet. It depends what wizards you annoy. I think is usually.
I don't know. I think the conversation before did reveal that Mr. Leech and Mr. Lurk are both chickens.
Yeah, well, yeah, that might be true. That's debatable. Yeah. Yeah, so you all gather up. I don't know how long Mike's BRBing.
Sorry, I sent Amelia on a task.
You know, you're right. Let's deal with that. I was going to do that. You can report what Amelia gives you.
No. Was my go setting Amelia on
no,
the
of
task?
course not. Oh no, of course not. No, go for it.
That's fine. I knew that I wasn't going to be focused for the whole time. I wanted to go and speak to someone potentially in Whitehall.
Yes, yeah, because you set Amelia on her task the night before. So yeah, absolutely. Who would you like to speak to?
I would like.
Wow, you actually know an architect.
I do know an architect, but I was thinking of.
No. I was a separate.
I was going to go to the residence of Jacob Breaker, MP.
Ah, the London townhouse of the MP for Happily on the Wall, or whatever it is.
Yeah. We probably see Mr. Spider for the first time in quite a while, trying his best to look presentable. Like, he shaves every day, and he dresses appropriately, but he's trying really hard to be like,
certainly.
I'm put together, I'm seeing my brother, I'm put together.
Yes, I'm certain I've played Jacob before.
At Christmas, I think.
Yeah, at Christmas. Because we had Christmas back at the break.
Do you want me to send you the notes I have on him?
Yeah, I just wanna make sure I do justice to him. Yes, well, it's during the day and it's not PMQs. He's not got much on.
Yeah. Nathaniel would have picked a time appropriate, and it goes without saying he's going as Nathaniel.
Yeah, I didn't assume he was going as.
Hello, Mr. Breaker. It is me.
So you're going to see Jacob. Your brother and father are both members of Parliament, aren't they?
So my father is the Deputy Home Secretary.
Yeah.
I'm not going to see father because I am afraid.
No, but your brother does work for your father because he works in the Home Office as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
This is how British politics works, so it's fine. Okay, is he?
If you'll recall, because Mr. Slide and the Wicks were all in the Foreign Office.
Yeah,
so...
absolutely. Okay. Nathaniel, yes. Well, goodness.
Hi, hello. It's been a while, Jacob. Hello.
Yes, we don't have anything to eat tonight?
No. I was just coming out of work early, so I thought I'd stop in. They're closing the office up because of this frightful storm.
Well, you know where the drinks are.
Yes, thank you, Nathaniel.
Would you fix me something?
Of course. Time is it?
Not really the time for sherry, but I'd love one.
Well, it can be the time for sherry with this storm going on, who can say?
I'm looking over these Ireland papers.
Frightful business.
Yes, they really will stop letting us do our job over there, won't they?
Yeah. Quite. So, how have you been? How have you been?
Fine, yes.
How's mother? I haven't seen her for a little while.
Oh, quite well, yes. Quite well. She's been contemplating coming up. She's the only member of the family still in the homestead, as it were, what with our sister's work and so forth, bringing her to the big smoke.
Oh yes, Lena's been really throwing herself into it.
Church steeples.
Church steeples.
Big
Is that her
packet of
business?
funding coming through for the old C of E, and they're doing some work on the church steeples all over London. I'm not
Yes.
sure exactly what.
I know, I remember seeing something about Lambeth Palace.
I doubt it.
Oh, well, they've got scaffolding up and everything.
Well, yes, but Lambeth Palace isn't a church.
Yes, but it's church-y. Church-esque.
Was there something you needed particularly?
Yes, it was about that actually. I've got a long, very boring story short. I have some business at Lambeth Palace, which is why I was there the other day.
You have business at Lambeth Palace?
No, I have business adjacent to Lambeth Palace, but with someone in the area.
Right.
Nothing so grand. But I wondered if Father had been invited. If Father had been invited to it. I heard there'd be some MPs in the area, and
To Lambeth Palace?
There's a party or
The
something.
Under Home Secretary? Not really our sort of crowd, bishops.
I assumed it was something to do with the civil list, and I'm finding the
no,
whole thing.
they don't talk about the civil list. Do they?
I'm finding the whole thing rather ghastly, and I wanted to know if I would know anyone.
Oh, there is some sort of business happening. There was something that had to be moved that was supposed to be happening at Clarence House, and now it can't because HRH is off with the Archbishop having dinner or something. That's tomorrow or today or something. That's soon.
Do you have the list? Do you have the list for that? I wanted to.
What? Of course I did have a list for that. What are you talking about?
Because you keep your ears open, because you are an intelligent man.
As far as I know, HRH has decided it's time to catch up with the clergy of the land. Couldn't be more routine or more boring, I'm sure.
Well, I've got to get some papers sorted for it, so that seems to be what I've got to be involved in, which just sounds frightfully dull.
Well, then you'll know who to talk to, and it's certainly not me.
Yes, I will go and tap my many dear friends at the palace. HRH and I have our weekly billiards game, of course, that we can.
Nathaniel, you are in some sort of tizzy. You don't seem at all well.
It's this dratted storm, Jacob. My whole head feels like it's going to come off.
Oh, I know that. Make sure you have a second sharing.
I think I shall. Everything's been very frightfully much at the moment. I've not been sleeping.
Oh, I'm sure someone like you knows where you can get some help with that.
Yes, but there's getting a little help to get to sleep, and then there's becoming some sort of troublemaker. I've always been very careful.
I would imagine the worst that would happen with you, a little bit off your arse on opium, would be you'd get rather talkative and spill some very minor state secrets.
Well, minor state secrets are still state secrets, and I swore an oath to the crown and all that.
Yes. I'm sure HM will not lock you in the tower for it.
Well, you never know. The tower being what it is, perhaps they're cracking down. Perhaps that's what this meeting is about. HRH knows that I've been
can't imagine why you're so interested in a dinner party at Lambeth Palace. But whatever it is, I'm afraid I don't know anything. Which means it probably isn't very interesting.
No.
Or you have to go higher up the food chain.
Yes, but you're about as high up the food chain as I can tolerate, Jacob.
Yes, Father isn't much of a conversationalist. He doesn't have my natural charisma.
No, and also if I go and speak to Father, then the topic of my ambitions will come up, and I'm not having that conversation today or this year.
He just wants you to have a more dignified position than glorified secretary.
My position is perfectly dignified.
Your position is the position of anyone who can read and write. You're a breaker.
Yes.
You should be finding some constituency by now that we haven't infested yet.
But then if I become an MP...
You know, we have cousins up in Wales. You could always pretend you live with them and have some backbench position. Gets you a couple of letters after your name. Puts you
But
in
then I shall have to talk to people on a regular basis about their problems. And fundamentally, I'd rather be put to death.
To be honest with you, you'd have to talk to Welsh Conservatives, which is one would rather swing from the end of a rope. They are a dreary lot.
Look, I've studied Latin. I'm not about ready to speak to the Welsh. They won't understand me, and I won't understand them.
I don't really know what you're talking about.
The Welsh, they have a very strong accent. It's difficult.
Look,
all I'm saying is, how did we get onto this?
I don't know.
How did you become like Father?
Nathaniel?
Yes, I'm going. Thank you for your help.
Unless you have any particular suggestions on how to pacify the Fenians, I really don't have the time today. But we're getting together for dinner next week, aren't we?
Yes, we are. I remembered that.
Good.
Definitely.
I can thrash you at bridge or something.
Magnificent. Yes, just let me know.
Yes. Adieu.
Adieu. Good luck. Mr. Spider will finish his drink and then leave and then skulk and walk away going, why do I always feel like someone's little brother whenever I talk to them these days?
Well, if it helps, Wilhelmina compared you to a nephew.
Well, Wilhelmina can fuck off.
Almost the worst thing you can call someone.
And he probably glances down the corridor and goes, I know. I'm not doing it. I know.
As you leave your brother's townhouse, you hear the voice of Christopher Wick behind you say, something's wrong about all this, you know.
What do you mean?
You receive no answer. So the gentlemen strangers gather back together. Amelia has returned with her information. It's a couple of hours before the dinner is due to begin. I have had some success in ascertaining a guest list. I think there might be others coming, but I have confirmed 5 attendees. You told me about the Prince of Wales and the archbishops. We do also have the Bishop of Westminster. That's Cardinal Manning. He's been under with, I don't know, flu or some foul thing recently, but he seems to be well enough. And I figured out my Adler problem. The Adler that I was thinking of is in fact his honor, Nathan Adler. He's the chief rabbi of the British Empire, big figure in the Orthodox Jewish community, and a favoured courtier of the crown and a personal friend of the Prince of Wales. Very unusual gathering of people. I did hear that accommodations were being prepared for 8 overnight guests, so there may well be 2 or 3 invitees that I've not had time to investigate. Sorry about that.
My potential contacts in the government came to fundamentally very little, but the talk doesn't seem to be around the government. Or if there is, it's particularly high up.
These are all people who have perfectly open and legitimate means to influence the affairs of government. The House of Lords is infested with bishops, and the chief rabbi is one of the prime minister's spiritual advisors on religious matters. So there's no reason they'd have to meet in secret if influencing government was their way forward. Except, I suppose, for the Prince of Wales, but he's as entitled to stand in the public gallery of the Commons as you or I.
No, absolutely. Good work, Amelia.
And that's all I have.
I've got gainful employment, opportunities for ungainful employment, and a scary card that portends to the future, which you'll just toss onto the table.
Oh, you've been playing cards, have you? Very helpful.
The
Is that-
gentleman
Is that
warned,
us?
yeah,
In the few hours that it's been, the tarot card has aged by several decades. The card upon which it's printed has yellowed and is very, very stiff, as though you couldn't bend it, you'd risk snapping it. The ink is still perfectly visible, but it's faded from black to a ruddy brown color.
So what is the position of the gentleman on the card? Like, are we facing the tower and looking
Yes,
up?
that's
Are we
exact-
in
yeah.
fear? Okay, so I'm just trying to gather if it's good vibes with the guy on the top, or if we're scared of the guy on the top.
You can't see your faces, and it's all
Yeah.
it's all sort of very woodcutty, and it looks like it's not particularly well done. This is not a beautiful tarot card. This looks like something someone has carved somewhat hastily and ink printed onto the card itself. The only figure whose face you can see is the crowned man on the parapet of the tower, and his face is very sort of generic. You couldn't read normal expression. As I say, he's wearing a crown and holding aloft a bow. But that's
Some kind of archer
some
king.
sort of archer king.
Being as big a dork as I am, the tarot card of the tower is not usually good vibes.
No.
It's usually the card of bad vibes.
Yeah, but if we're on it, does that mean that we're part
We're
of the bad vibes, or are we receiving the bad vibes?
Both.
We're looking at the bad vibes.
Either way, Mr. Spider continues to be gently dismissive and goes, "What?"
Well, Amelia, who is a folklorist, will supply that there are a few readings of the tower. It can be read neutrally as sudden change of some kind, which can be good, bad, or indifferent, but it's commonly associated specifically with catastrophe, ruin. When the card was dropped, was it upside down facing you, Mr. Hound? Was it right way up?
it was upward facing, but it wasn't being moved around by the wind or anything. Not until I touched it.
All right. Well, if it
Was it upward facing?
I just made that up.
It was face down, but when you turned it over, it was right. You know what I mean by right way up. The top was towards the top. It wasn't upside down.
Oh, I see.
I will relay it accurately. I'm not hiding anything on that front.
Mr. Hound is secretly lying to everyone.
Wonderful.
I just lie for the sake of lying.
So, during a terrible storm, when things are going wrong and we're about to undertake the biggest mission of our time so far, things will be awry. Wonderful.
But I couldn't tell you as I understand it, though I'm not myself a tarotist. I don't think they're usually specific or imminent in their alleged predictions.
Right. So you just found this card on the floor.
No, I was given this card by someone that seemed to recognize me, who is the same person that, but a few weeks ago, bumped into me and told me about the storm, what was coming. They weren't particularly helpful then. They weren't particularly helpful this time either.
Who are you?
Seemed to. My real me, not this me.
What did he look like?
Describes him.
Is that familiar? Is that a familiar description to Mr. Spider?
To Mr. Spider? Is it a familiar description to Mr. Spider?
I don't think so.
I don't think
he's not Mr. Horn, is my point.
No. Well, that is a loaded question since.
Okay, that's a loaded question, but like.
Well, I mean, that's a loaded question.
I couldn't recognize his face, but maybe like similar vibes.
Well, the reason I was saying that was because the first time you met Mr. Horn, he looked like a completely different person. So
yeah.
Anyone you meet could be Mr. Horn.
But based on the description that he gives,
it was not mask off Mr. Horn. No,
it's not but also not mask off. Like it's not just about how he looks, like how he talks, maybe like the vibes he gave off.
Honestly, I'm not trying to sound unhelpful, but Mr. Horn can look like and sound like anything.
No, completely.
It's not a useful question that I can give a useful answer to, really.
Nevertheless, the question, the situation flusters Mr. Spider somehow.
As well it should.
What does that mean? Who is he?
I don't know. I don't think it's who I think it is, but I might be wrong. There was someone who knew me.
Oh.
At the theatre.
Adonium.
At the Adonium, he knew me.
And said that you spoke to you all familiar, like you should know who they are, even though you'd never seen them before in your life.
Yes.
Yep, very similar.
Use my real name.
Yep.
And knew Mr. Slide.
Right.
As if we'd all been chums.
That's not weird.
No,
You witted something about building a tower to the heavens.
No, I think this person had been acquainted with Madam Whisper. Didn't talk in such poetic language. Quite aggressive fellow.
Oh, well, that wasn't poetry. You said, let us build a city, a tower
yes, to the heavens.
That's that's the Bible. That's the Tower of Babel. That was they settle in the land and they say, let us build a city, a tower that reaches unto heaven, and God says, behold their work, I shall confound their tongues, and so on.
Oh.
New or Old Testament?
Old, very old.
Oh,
old if it's Tower of Babel. Yeah.
This is Genesis.
Gosh, God wasn't particularly nice in that one either.
As a gently Christian woman, I shall prevail you not to comment too negatively. But I will say that no, not really. I'm sure he had his reasons.
The wishings and workings of God and I have never truly seen eye to eye, but I do understand that Babel did not go well for any of the humans involved.
Not for the city builders themselves, no, it did not.
So the Archer King is not something that our characters are at all familiar with. That's just something that we have, as players, have heard, correct?
That is something, yeah, that is the figure that Amelia has said is the...
Yeah. Oh. So, I'm trying to, like, remember what has been...
Okay, so the Archer King is... Yes. Amelia knew the phrase the Archer King as a mythical figure. And has recently discovered that it is also the sobriquet of the leader of the Court of Misrule, the secret society that she's been infiltrating.
That is also, that has the like hound and hare.
And their symbol is the hare riding the hound, yeah.
So alright, so I don't think that it's a coincidence that we get reached out to by these two other folks who have this hound and hare pin, and then you get a tarot card that has the Archer King that's associated with their group. I don't think this is a coincidence. I don't think that there are coincidences in this line of work. Is this card, is the universe telling us not to trust the twins? I know they're not twins. The pair, the couple.
What?
Are we going anywhere near Big Ben?
It's not Big
Palace-
Ben.
Westminster Tower, whatever.
not.
Tower of London.
Tower of
Tower of
London.
London,
Shit.
but
You
Shit.
pleb.
Well,
Whatever,
Even
man.
I knew that.
are we going anywhere near the Tower of London?
You're on the opposite side of the river from the Tower of London. You'll be nowhere.
Right, so I don't think we need to worry about it that much right now.
Unless
I
you're,
mean, it
unless
is
you're
something to
planning
worry
on
about.
boating your way from. Actually, in this era, the Tower of London isn't. It's not quite as on the river as it used to be, so I don't know if you can boat from Lambeth Palace to the tower now. Sadly.
I mean, we're not making any plans to go there right now, are we?
Nope.
So maybe if we just stay away from it.
Yes, however, given the metaphorical nature of tarot cards, I'm sure that it represents something, and as we are going into the echelons of London society, the things that manage Britain and her interests, there'll be some poetic reason why what we're doing is particularly relevant.
Does the palace have a tower or a steeple or anything like that on it?
No. There is a church on the palace grounds that does have a tower. It doesn't have I don't think it has a steeple. I think it's a square plan tower. I have to look that up now.
Either way, a tower is, I believe, somewhat metaphorical.
The thing about the Tower of London is, it's a very specific shape. It's got those four towers on the corners, and it's otherwise it's a cube. Yeah, there is a church attached to Lambeth Palace, but it doesn't have a steeple. It just has a square bell tower. It's not a tower.
So what
Well,
else did we find about the building?
Yeah, so this might not be the best time to bring this up since if we're afraid of towers now, but I did find out from a real great friend of mine that they haven't actually started any of the renovations yet, but there is a loose tile on the roof, and you can tell that Mr. Lurk is getting like giddy at the thought of like Mission Impossibling down through a roof.
Yeah.
So, if we can find a way to get up on the roof, which I just wasn't able. I mean, it was so, from the grounds, it's real hard to see up onto the roof. So I wasn't able to get a real good hook into how we can actually get onto the roof. But if we can find a way onto the roof, I think that's our in.
That's good. I mean, I've got my way, but I like yours. Plus, I think the lighting might even be in your favor.
So what are we actually doing? We have two objectives: guest list, knowledge. What are we doing?
I'm going to work on knowledge, but because I'm going to be able to move around there with relative freedom. If I see an opportunity to seize a copy of the guest list, I will do so. But I'm going to suggest that someone else's primary responsibility.
Well, I was encouraged to look at my character notes before this session, and I've never realised that fine cover identity as a thing that's in my character's inventory. So I feel like I should do something with that.
Then you and me, we will be the primary information gatherers.
I will do what I do best and lurk. In my inventory, I happen to have both climbing gear and a shadow cloak. I don't know what that means. Aren't all cloaks shadow cloaks?
No, this is an eldritch artifact, the shadow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, I have a fine one, and so yeah, I mean, I can just climb up through the roof onto the like balcony, like the gallery, and just kind of sit and listen and watch and take notes.
Leech might just come with you in that one.
Yeah. Yeah, two on the ground.
They
two
also
me,
have
two in
climbing
the-
gear.
So
Perfect.
Our intention is to divide into two and operate as two separate teams. Given
Yes.
the
Yes.
space and scope of Lambeth Palace,
So,
I recommend it.
Leech and Lurk, you are going
You?
to clamber up the scaffolding and get yourselves into the upper gallery via the entryway in the roof. Do I understand
think
that
this-
correctly?
I think the scaffolding is a second choice depending on how windy it is, but yes, that is the basic plan.
Well, I assume that was how you were going to get up onto the roof.
The climbing gear.
I
Oh,
think-
I see.
yeah.
Oh, you want to use climbing.
I'm afraid of the wind.
I mean,
Wind is
Climbing
very
gear
windy.
or scaffolding, both will be
Yes.
dependent on the wind.
Yeah, we will get onto the roof.
Somehow.
We'll figure that out when we get there,
no
I guess.
problem. No
But
problem.
we'll get onto the roof and then into
Spider
the gallery.
and Hound, how are you inserting yourselves?
Walking in the front or side door, probably.
You're both going to try and go as servants. Now, Mr. Spider, you're relying on your cover identity.
I was thinking of operating in some way, given that it's a big place full of lots of staff, as some sort of official or secretary or something. Like,
So this is a cover identity. So it's a fixed thing. It's not just a disguise kit. This is an identity that you have. This person has a backstory, a birth certificate, like you've probably stolen some dead child's birth certificate. This is so whatever you decide this is, that this is what it is forever. It has a name, so think about that. This is your identity.
So don't fuck it up.
Well, what I'm saying is, this is your cover identity forever. Making a new one will involve further cost and further time and so on.
I'm thinking maybe what Spider has is a similar sort of man to himself, but
Well,
the other side of London.
If I
Like,
may make a suggestion,
suggest away.
you probably want to present as someone who involves a little inside knowledge as part of the backstory, right?
Mhm.
My suggestion is you pretend you're the private secretary to one of the guests who isn't known about. So you pretend you're either Cardinal Manning's or Rabbi Adler's private secretaries. Do you have any Italian? No. Can you uphold the treaty, or can you pretend to be a Catholic for a night?
I think, given my state, I can probably pretend to be a Catholic instead.
So you're going to try to talk your way in through the servants' quarters as either a private secretary, probably a private secretary. Probably a private secretary.
What I'm asking here is, for feasibility, I'm looking to be a private secretary. Is that the sort of thing who would be around?
Yeah,
doing things.
I think so. The palace staff won't be familiar with everyone who's a retainer of the cardinal. So if someone's already shown up and said they are, then you can just go, well, yes, of course. He's the principal secretary. I'm the undersecretary.
Yeah.
You can blag that. I think that's feasible. Yeah.
Can I pretend to be from the Vatican?
If bearing in mind you're not pretending to be from anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
This cover identity is a cover identity. Whatever you say is true, you have the paperwork for, but that's the only paperwork you've got for it for the rest of time.
That's fair.
From the
Note to
Vatican
self.
seems like too much detail for a legend.
Note to
and,
self,
and,
make-
and in fact, I'm the Pope's cousin, and I'll tell you something else I am as well. I have 7 Guinness World Records for most video games composed for in a lifetime.
and my
I
mother's
get that
very proud.
reference.
My mother is very proud. My mother loves me. I'm her special boy.
So you have a fine cover identity of
Yeah.
Thomas Tallarico, and you are you're not Italian. We've discussed this. Okay.
If I were Italian, I would be Adler's private secretary, but I'm not.
You could
because
do
of the
that
treaty.
because of the treaty. Yeah, that's true. Okay, fine. So that's our way in. So it's quite a complex engagement. I quite like that.
Love it.
I am going to make an engagement roll, and then we'll take a quick break. Please, everyone, decide on your load, because I always forget to do that.
And don't forget, we get +2 load for being gentlemen strangers.
You get 2 higher load than it lists, and you don't have to pick any items. If you want to pick items, you can, but you don't have to pick any items. You can just select your load.
I'm going to go light because of my cover.
Light.
No, you can go heavy. Dude.
Oh no, I'm gonna go normal.
So Lurk and Leech, obviously, you're not infiltrating. Well, you're infiltrating, but you're not socially infiltrating. So you have a license to go on a light or heavier load if you want to be sure you've got all the equipment.
Will our load affect our ability to be sneaky?
So depends what kind of sneaking you're doing.
So load means that people can tell that you have.
Yeah. It makes you more distinctive if the police are later asking for descriptions of the perpetrators. But it will mean you can carry more stuff. There's no mechanic for it limiting your mobility or anything like that. That will be down to specific items. For your reference, a fine shadow cloak is just made of a particularly dark material that is particularly light scattering in a certain way. What it means is when you're rolling to do anything sneaky, you get increased effect because it basically blends you in with the shadows. So it's not necessarily arcane, but it's made of a particularly fine kind of silk that plays with the light in a particularly useful way.
Cool. I think yeah.
Okay. I've also just realised the excitement that if we're going in as our cover identities,
no masks.
This means that Mr. Hound and Mr. Spider are going to go maskless with each other for the first time. Ooh, I like it. We'll have to roleplay that before we go in. That sounds dramatic.
That's very interesting. Okay. So I'm going to roll engagement then. We love this. We love this. So engagement is some stuff. So you start with 1 die for free.
Yay.
You have used knowledge that you've gained. In fact, I'm going to count that twice because you've used both the scouting knowledge you've gained, but also the social knowledge that you've gained in the case of Mr. Spider's cover identity. It's a daring plan. I think it's quite daring because you're going half of you are going maskless, and the other half of you are clambering right into the upper gallery. Are you going up against... You're on 4 dice. Are you going up against factions of a higher tier? Without question. I
mean the entire British religious aristocracy is a higher tier than
shocking, that isn't
a gang.
They're not the ones you need to worry about. But I think that gets you to 3 dice. Can I think of any other reason to dock you dice?
No, we're needle guys.
I don't think I can. I think I'm getting... This is the first time you've rolled a 3 engagement dice, I think.
No, watch us get 3 once.
Yeah, watch.
It can happen.
Oh, shit.
You got a 5. That's fantastic. Okay, that's good. So I'll know what to do with that. We will resume. It's 20 past now, so we'll say half past, but it won't be.
No, it won't be. Of course it won't be. Half for 8 minutes. It will be
at minimum about 10 minutes, but in truth it'll be more like sort of 15, 20 minutes. Get yourselves a cup of tea and sort yourselves out. I will we'll see you soon for the strange Lambeth Palace cult, magic circle, gentleman's strip poker society heist.
again when we go live.
Yeah. We're live now, and we've missed Izzy yelling the word.
Say scrotum, you coward, was what I said.
Wow.
And I stand by it. Those are words.
Zoe was giving us her patent berry jelly recipe. Okay.
Berry jelly.
And somehow
and
lots of scrotum.
and in response, Izzy decided.
And I gave my famous recipe for making scrotum jam. So share
Always,
your recipes.
always add more sugar than you think you need. It will eat all the sugar.
A sugared scrotum is a happy scrotum.
It will eat all the sugar.
I want to blaze in the dark. Right, so you rolled a 5 in engagement, which is great for you. And what that means is that both teams have successfully deployed. It means there have been no problems with Mr. Spider's cover identity. You've managed to talk your way in. Now, Mr. Hound, you are in a position to you're in a position to go into the servants' hall for a meal. So you've got a way of interacting with the servants. Mr. Spider, you have been shown by one of the Archbishop's under butler. You've been shown where the Cardinal's room is.
Before we part ways, I'm
Okay.
all down for being shown where the Cardinal's room is. Before we part ways, I believe that Mr. Hound and Mr. Spider are going into this engagement as...
Well, what I was going to say next was,
Oh,
you're not necessarily going at the same time. If you don't need to see each other's faces if you don't want to.
but we might have to, because we're on the same side of the adventure.
Yeah, if I need to communicate,
It might
with
be
him or vice
advantageous
versa.
to recognize each other. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, I recognise that as a part of the thing. I know it's not it's not vital, but I think it is necessary.
I'm on board if you want to.
So I don't know if we're doing this. I don't think we're doing this at the Millennium Club. I imagine we've got a little corner round the corner from Lambeth Palace, like a bit of park or something. I don't know. But Mr. Spider is dressed. I mean, he feels like he's dressed totally differently because he's gone from being everyday Nathaniel to, Catholic Undersecretary Andrew. Whereas, like, to Mr. Hound, he's just in a suit and a collared shirt. But he's, like, preparing himself. So I suppose...
Hound tends to wear more flamboyant colours, and now it's much more muted. He looks a lot more like someone who would be waitstaff.
I think I've definitely seen him like coming in from a undercover job where he's just like, I'm just in a shirt. And he's like,
yeah.
I recognise that you've been undercover. So, I suppose we're going into this sans mask.
Yeah, cognito.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. There may be a chance that things get a little difficult in there. And I suppose we'll need to...
You'll need to know where I am.
Yes.
I get it.
And I suppose I will too. Feels a little ridiculous, I suppose, given the things you and I have been through, that we would... This is something of a taboo.
I don't think it's ridiculous. I've been trying to keep people away all my life.
Yes. I don't know why. I've always tried to pay attention to whatever people are saying. I'm not trying to dig up people's secrets, but it's almost like a reflex that I learn about people when they talk. I know that Mr. Lurk has a wife and a steady job. I know that Leech
Loves horses.
used to be a doctor. I know. Gosh, I knew everything about Slide. I know you have orphans in your care, but
Honestly, it doesn't get much nicer.
no. But I only want to do this if you're ready to go through with this. I've never done this. I don't think... I know I've done this before, but I don't remember it.
That's an oddly specific and worrying way of phrasing that.
You are a gentleman stranger. You know that there are some things we don't know. There are lots of things I've done that I don't remember. Which is fundamentally quite terrifying to me. So I suppose if there are people who I've shown my face to, who have my name, that I don't know, I think I'd rather there was someone that knew me because I'd chosen to tell them.
Yeah, I can see the logic in that.
It's a little perverse, really, given that you and I are so often at loggerheads with one another, that you're perhaps the person I trust most in all of London.
Well, don't you worry. We remain at loggerheads. As much as you need this and need someone like that, I resent every second of this. He just takes off the mask there and then.
Good heavens, you're Indian.
Cute. The good news is I've never met you before in my life.
Wonderful. I didn't think you had. I don't imagine we operate in the same circles.
No. We might do one day. Anwar, he kind of extends a hand.
Nathaniel. Breaker.
I thought you were going to be a Bertie.
Why would I be a Bertie?
You just got a Bertie countenance about you.
Heavens.
Something to work on, maybe.
I want to say I don't know how to take that, but I know how I take that, and I'm not impressed.
Mm.
And nevertheless, however, tonight, Collins, Andrew Collins.
Collins, righto.
Not that you would know me, I suppose, but...
No. But I'll be cautious. Right, see you in there.
I give him a few minutes to go, and then I follow, and then head in.
So this is going to take place over a fair amount of time. So I think Mr. Lurk and Mr. Leech, you have gotten yourselves in position in the gallery, and as Mr. Hound said, the lighting's very much in your favour. You can see quite well. There's no light where you are, so you cannot really be seen unless you make a big song and dance about it. Particularly Mr. Lurk with the silk cloak. You're basically impossible to see as long as you're still. So I'm going to focus on Spider and Hound for a bit because nothing's really happening in the Great Hall just yet. Mr. Spider, yes, you're shown to the Cardinal's rooms. It's a bedroom in a palace. The Cardinal hasn't brought too many effects. It's an overnight stay. Is there anything in there you'd take a particular interest in?
Yeah, I guess I'm actually looking at any papers, diaries, journals, anything that might contain hints of who else might be here. I guess my immediate thing upon going into a room is I always look for paperwork.
You can see letters that are in envelopes. They are addressed to, well, the first few are addressed to people you know are guests at this dinner, and then there are two more which you assume are addressed to people that you haven't yet confirmed are invited to this dinner.
Names?
They are to their they're all addressed to their surnames, including one which simply says Wales. One that you don't know is addressed to Myers, and the other to Finch.
And I'm assuming these are all addressed to men.
You don't know. There are no honorifics.
So it's purely surnames. It's not even a Mister. It's
It is just surnames. Even the one addressed to the Prince of Wales is simply addressed Wales.
It's fine. I'm a man in the Victorian era. I'm assuming they're all men. I look forward to being confused and distracted when there's a lady, and I'm like, a lady cardinal. Myers Finch. Okay. Anything else around there, or is it just those 2 letters that spring out?
Really just that. This isn't the kind of event where one brings in an enormous amount of paperwork. As I say, it's an overnight stay. Although, would he have that on him? I do a fortune roll. When I don't know, I make a fortune roll.
It's a great question.
You probably want me to get a 4, 5, or 6 on this. So we'll say 4, 5, and 6. And he didn't keep it on him. And you have access to it. It's 4. So, pronoun game. He didn't keep it on him. And what he kept not him on was an attaché case. Which is in the bureau that is in the room.
Magnificent. I look through it all.
Within the attaché case, there is a fairly well stuffed envelope, and within are some rather old papers. They are, in fact, incompletely illuminated Latin manuscripts. And there is one piece of paper that is recent, and it's actually letterheaded. It's a letterheaded to the St. Michael's Street offices that the Bishop of Westminster has been granted, and it looks like it's a list that you would make if you had gone to the British Library and you just wanted to note down like shelf references for books. Except the library in question is the Vatican Archive. And you can see a couple of things have been ticked. Presumably these things are the other documents in the attaché case. I don't know if Mr. Spider's ecclesiastical Latin is up to much, but
I imagine it's as passable as someone who's very good at Latin and just...
Essentially, I'm presenting you with an ongoing choice at any point. As long as you have access to these rooms and the papers have not been moved out of these rooms, you have a chance to simply purloin them, with all of the pertinent consequences to doing so. But that is an open opportunity for you.
Is this is this list sensible enough that he could copy it down, or is that too much?
The list you could certainly copy down. The bureau has stationery in it. Obviously, you can't copy down the manuscripts.
No,
you don't have time for that. But
what sort of manuscripts are they? Like, do they look like they are like, are they illustrated? Do they look like they're
There's one that has been partially illuminated, and you can see where the text has been written around, penciled in figures and whatnot, but they haven't yet been illuminated. And it seems to be, well, you don't know. At a glance, it's talking about someone doing something. It's got biographical information of some kind. The other one looks much more formal, also quite old. You would say it was probably a ruling of canon law or a commentary on some boring subject or other.
I could probably translate it given an afternoon and a dictionary, but this is all very old and...
Translating isn't your only problem. Your problem in this is that it probably also makes reference to things you can read, you and I can read legal texts, but they make reference to terminology we don't know. Being able to read them, being able to understand them are entirely different
In
questions.
which case, the list is fully copied out, including ticks on the bits that are ticked. And then I think Mr. Spider has got his own attaché, which makes it look like he's a attaché.
Sure.
And I believe, to quote Photo Potato,
Well, you can please mark off one load as you take the attaché case full of papers secreted about your cunningly arranged garments, probably slipped into the lining.
yeah, I have a place where I hide my papers and such.
Okay.
But also I will have whatever is the equivalent of a clipboard or something, just so I can.
Mr. Hound,
Hello.
you've essentially been put on, because you're outdoor staff. You've essentially been You're outdoor staff, and you've presented yourself as not being able to take complex instructions in English. You have been put on go and get carriages when requested duty. So that's an outdoor job, but it means that you've been told to wait in the servants' hall until such an instruction arrives. In the meantime, you have been given something to eat. Probably a
Very good.
bowl of lamb stew or something to warm. They won't have to feed you up.
So I will eat. I will look as helpful as I can. I will also be looking for kind of the. Okay. It's just going to happen. I don't know what he's barking at. I'll be looking for the like just getting my bearings of who's in charge, who is managing the staff, who would it be great to poison or knock out if I needed to steal a uniform and take their place.
Well, if you since you said to me earlier that you'd sort of you'd behaved in a way that indicates that you're sort of a sensible person, like you're perfectly capable of going where you're told and doing all this thing. If you wanted to render one of the footmen incapable of action, you're in as good a position as anyone else to be asked to sling on a uniform and stand with a tray or something. So
Yeah, in
that is
that
not,
case,
yeah.
I will take that opportunity.
Okay.
I imagine as a brief flashback, it will be simply Hound getting something from Lurk of. Imagine I'm an artist and my medium is diarrhea. How would you best
So
equip me for that?
that's so charmingly put. So yeah, you're given some sort of horrible emetic or some other bowel upsetting tincture. Please spend a stress for that flashback so you can and yeah, you slip that into someone's lamb stew. Leech was has delivered exactly as you wanted. Something that's basically going to take effect within the half an hour of it being consumed. And what you end up with is a footman who is not having a very good time and is told, no, you are not coming anywhere near this. I don't care if you feel better already. You're not spreading your whatever illness it is to these guests. You're about the right size. Clothes, stand with the tray. Do whatever he tells you. All right. And
Answer.
the advantage is this is the indoor staff. They actually have not been party to your performance of earlier. You can speak and understand slightly better English with them if that would help your performance. They don't have any expectations of you not really speaking the language. So yes, you are now a footman for the evening. With that in mind, I'll advance the evening. Messrs Leech and Lurk, you're sort of there for the whole thing. So you are in the Great Hall. So you're not there when everyone arrives because they don't arrive there yet. But Mr. Hound, you are put on duty to hold little canapes and whatnot as the as the guests mingle, the seven guests mingle, and they are announced. The everyone's there that you expect, plus a couple that you weren't. One of them is announced as Sir Anthony Myers, and the other as His Excellency Mr. Samuel Finch. You're not quite sure. Sir Anthony Myers is wearing a white tie, the same as anyone else, but he does have a number of medal ribbons on his jacket, so you can infer some sort of military connection. You can't. I don't think you would automatically know who His Excellency Mr. Samuel Finch is, but whoever he is, he speaks with an American accent.
Very good.
Izzy's doing a face. Like, Izzy's doing an oh fuck face. I like that. She knows what she's about. I don't.
Excellency means ambassador, right?
Excellency and foreigner adds up pretty much to ambassador. Yes, this is probably Washington's ambassador to the Court of St. James's. Yeah, probably.
Oh, good.
That's the case. So they have a few drinks. They mingle a little bit. They're not really having very interesting conversations. And they're led through for dinner. You are on wine topping up duty, and later you're told you're being given the rather unprestigious job of pouring everyone a ladle of sauce on their main meal. But that's okay. That's fine. You can handle that, and they believe you can handle that. So they start having dinner. Mr. Spider, do you make any effort to try to get into the room? I mean, it's going to be difficult. Your cover doesn't let you into the room, but are there any ways you're going to try and sneak your way?
So Mr. Spider has been getting about the place using the old faithful cover of he's holding something that looks like a note or a letter or a folded piece of paper, and he's walking at a pace to get places. So with that in mind, and the way that he will just like walk around servants like, fear not, I know what I'm doing, I know where I'm going. He will attempt to stay out of the way and sneak his way in, like, so you're going at the very least to a place where he can perhaps hear something.
Well, are you going to try to gain access to the gallery?
Yeah, I think the gallery is probably the way.
I think given it's a fine cover. I am going to ask for a prowl roll on this, I think.
Prowl is trowel. I don't know what that means, but it's what I said.
I'm going to ask for a prowl roll on this. Now you have a fine cover identity, which means you'll have greater effect, but there is a minor hinder in play, so I'm going to use that to remove a die.
Okay, well then I'm going to spend stress to get that die back.
Fine.
By, I'm waiting, I'm lurking, I'm trying to choose my moment rather than just walking straight through.
No problem. Now you have Blam gives you less effect. I think it gives you less effect on this.
No. Risky?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is risky.
And just my effect is standard.
Your effect is greater because of your fine disguise.
Oh, yes. And no bonus dice. Let me in.
You have rolled 2.
Piss.
Which means you are intercepted by someone you didn't see was in the room. And it's someone sort of wearing a sort of a dark uniform of some kind. And they sort of step out of, you're not sure where they step out of, but they see you going. So, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
The gallery is closed off.
Oh, is that the gallery? I'm looking for the stairs down. Is that
through there and to your left, sir?
Oh, cheers, thanks. Is it dangerous out there? Should I tell others that door's not to be?
Simply.
I know that there's some buildings being doing, so I'm just
not dangerous at all, sir. Simply off limits.
Okay, thanks. Have a good evening.
Can we hear that from where we are?
No. That's a muttered conversation outside. So, Mr. Spider, where do you go?
I guess I go down and I try and find, like, the Great Hall's going to have little side nooks, servanty bits, He's going to be doing a turn of the outer skin of the Great Hall to try and find maybe a little side door that he can slip into or leave ajar.
Then this is just sneaking. This isn't social infiltration. So I'm going to ask for a prowl roll.
Yep, prowl is good.
But it won't be with great effect.
Nope, because this doesn't involve this is just me.
Yep. It's going to be a risky position. There is a minor help, so you can have a bonus die on this one.
Thanks, Dr. Loop. Risky, standard.
I'm going to offer a devil's bargain as well.
Hit me.
The devil's bargain is I can give you an extra die, but this will be your last opportunity to attempt this. If you fail, you'll get caught in a way that means you won't be able to attempt this again.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay.
Right. For the love of God.
So you have 2 bonus dice, risky position, standard effect. And if you can't make that roll, I don't know what to tell you. The dice gods have just decided not to favour you. You have made 5. So, you do catch a strange glance from one of the servants, but because you're you're a secretary, like, it's not their business to challenge you, so you don't get stopped and you don't hear them remarking on it or challenging in any way, but you do notice, you catch a glance. Someone knows that you're where you are. Should nothing come about of you being there, it probably won't matter.
But if someone gets poisoned...
But, if there's trouble, there was actually someone, now I think about it, who was where they should have been. So the dinner party goes on. You are now all witnessing it from various locations. You are lurking.
We did it, gang.
You are lurking about Mr. Spider to the side. Mr. Leech and Mr. Lurk are obviously up in the gallery with a perfect view of what's happening. And Mr. Hound has a perfect view of what's happening because he's standing there next to the side light where all the carafes of wine are being kept. It is at this point where Mr. Leech and Mr. Lurk are aware that something strange is happening. But they don't know quite how strange it is, as an unknown figure bursts into the room, leaps up onto the table, kicking aside plates and glasses. Mr. Hound and Mr. Spider's hearts stop in their chests. It's Mr. Cutter. Mr. Cutter leaps up onto the table, kicks aside plates and glasses, and levels a pistol at His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales. It is at this point where time comes to a standstill, this crucial moment. There are functionally 3 groups of you. So I guess there are 4 of you. Do you know what? There are 4 of you. So this is a question I'm going to ask 4 times. And that question is, do you intervene? Let's start with the person closest to the situation. Mr. Hound.
Yes.
You intervene. Okay. Mr. Lurk. Bird's eye view. Do you intervene?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Leech. Do you intervene?
No.
Mr. Spider. Do you intervene?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. Hound, what sort of action do you imagine taking that counts as an intervention?
I want to drop what I'm holding, launch myself towards Cutter, and at the very least push the pistol off aim.
Okay.
I know if I'm close to Cutter and it is truly Cutter, I'm not going to win a fist fight, but
you might disrupt
I could
a
at
shot.
least.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I just ask?
Yeah.
No. In what aspect is Mr. Cutter? Does he look like a fresh-faced teenage boy? Is he a cute girl?
This is Mr. Cutter in full
Oh,
hunting gear. This is Mr. Cutter as you've only ever seen him, with the full Gentleman Stranger's I am on a mission kit on.
fuck.
Mr. Lurk, how do you choose to intervene?
Well, okay, quick question.
Mhm.
Do I, because I've never seen this person.
Nope.
But do I recognize the, like, being part of the Gentleman Strangers, do I understand that he is in the Gentleman Strangers?
No.
Like-
This is just an assassin of some kind.
Right, okay. Then what I will do... Oh, I'm afraid of this.
You have to. You're about to tell me you are going to shoot them?
Yes.
Yep. Fine. So. Okay.
I'm a cowboy, it's what I do.
So. Mr. Hound. You drop the tray that you're holding and you launch yourself forward.
Yes.
As you do so, Mr. Cutter glances your way. And as you take aim, Mr. Lurk, I would like you to make me... I'd like you both to make me rolls. Mr. Lurk, you are... is it hunt? Yeah, you are trying to shoot. So I'd like a hunt roll from you. Mr. Hound, what are you thinking? This is kind of a launching into action. So
Skirmish.
it could be skirmish or it could be wreck. I think it sounds more skirmishy, but I think that's the choice you have there.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it ends the description of skirmish is skirmish with an opponent in close combat, assault or hold position, brawl, and wrestle. I think wrestle really covers what I'm trying to do here.
I would also hear an argument for prowl since it's a sneak attack.
All right, I'll take the prowl because I've got more dots in it.
Okay, Zoe.
So, okay, I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
So, one of my skills is ambush, where when I attack from hiding, I get an extra die.
Yes.
Do I, or can I, stack that with my other skill, which is the Devil's Footsteps, which means that I get I can become a superhero when I push myself. Could I, like, push myself to do the, like, you know, in, like, movies where somebody's sniping and they do the, like,
Yeah.
zen,
Yeah.
breathe, the, like, take aim, slow my heart rate.
So you
and
want
push
to
my...
you want to this is the perform a feat of athletics that version superhuman. Is this making some kind of highly improbable shot?
Yes.
So what are you aiming to do? Is it shoot the gun out of the hand? Is it get a kill shot? What's the plan?
In my head it was kill shot, but I think shooting the gun out of the hand is the better option. So I would like to do that. Yeah, a, like, disarming... I want to stop this guy. I don't know that I want to kill him. So yes, I think a disarming shot.
Okay, so that's fine. I like that. So you have to you push yourself to do that. So you also get a bonus die. So
I get 2 bonus dice?
You'd be rolling with 2 bonus dice. Yes.
Good. So this is risky or desperate?
This is risky because you're attacking from...
Oh, right. Desperate is, like, super, like, my life is on the line.
No one knows you're there. No one has the ability to respond to what you're doing immediately. So this is controlled. This is controlled because no one's in a position to counter your action in a way that can do you harm. So you're making a controlled maneuver. I'm going to ask you for your action first, since you're doing this in a controlled position. But both of you roll.
And this is standard effect?
This is a greater effect because you are doing a superhuman athletic feat. So while Zoe's doing that, Anwar, are there any abilities that you are bringing into power?
No, Anwar is very much built for range, but I need to get close to Cutter if I'm going to hear Cutter's words and let him know who I am. So I'm forgoing my special abilities to try and get an opportunity to have a moment to speak with him.
Right. Okay.
I rolled
You rolled a six with
6.
great effect. Okay, fantastic. So, Mr. Hound, make your roll.
What
Can I
is my
take 2
position?
stress? Oh, sorry.
And yeah,
Okay.
you take 2 stress. Your position is risky because you're right in the room.
And effect.
Is your position risky? Your position is risky for now, yes. Effect is standard.
And Leech is like, bloody hell, that footman's getting involved.
6 out of 2.
Okay.
2 6s.
We have rolled 2 6s. So, Mr. Cutter turns to see you when he hears you drop the tray and says, "Gentlemen strangers, with me!" But cannot fire his weapon. A shot rings out from above, and his weapon flies out of his hand. At the same moment, Mr. Hound launches himself and manages to grab a hold of Mr. Cutter, restraining him from taking further action.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
But there are in attendance at this meeting certain security officials. The elite royal bodyguard known as the Knights of St. James. They do not see this action in the same way that you and I understand it. Because they hear Mr. Cutter shouting "Gentlemen strangers" to me, and they see an unfamiliar servant rushing apparently to the aid of the person who is about to shoot at the Prince of Wales. So more shots ring out. Because you rolled a 6, however, you're not hit. And because you were trying to get Mr. Cutter into a position where you were able to communicate with him, neither is Mr. Cutter. However, shots are now ringing out as 2 knights leap forward to drag. They physically drag the Prince of Wales to the floor and cover his body with their own. Chaos rings out athwart the palace as you realize, half a second too late, Mr. Hound, you've never heard that voice before in your life. And that is not Mr. Cutter. In fact, it's a white man. And
Typical Hollywood.
Typical Hollywood. The disguise is pretty much perfect. But those eyes aren't the right eyes. That voice wasn't the right voice. It's what your mates down at the pub would call a right old stitch up.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, there's no time to evaluate that just now, as the Knights of St. James, who because of their association with St. James's Palace and their traditional black uniform are known as the Palace Ravens, as opposed, of course, to the Tower Ravens, set about their actions of securing the premises. As a result of this, a new clock has started. It's a 6-segment clock called Exits Sealed. The way this clock is going to work is very particular. The more filled in it is, the more difficult it's going to be for the 4 of you to leave the grounds and the buildings of Lambeth Palace. So when the clock's filled, it's not going to be impossible for you to do so, but it will certainly mean a direct encounter with the knights. That is what the clock will mean. I am now going to say probably over to Mr. Hound, who is in the midst of the situation?
I am going, like, I'm a little bit taken aback that this is not my cutter. I have soft as a trauma,
Oh,
but yeah, so I think that's how it manifests. Of like, I just kind of like I'm getting in to try and grapple, and I was very much going in with that with the mindset of tell me the plan, what's about to happen, what do you need from me, and knowing that's not my cutter, I think what would typically have been a I'm just going to lash out reaction is he staggers backwards and releases this faux cutter, but doesn't pass enough to try and exit this room at this stage.
okay. So are you still up on the table? How far off are you backing?
I'm still up on the table. I'm within arm's reach of this faux cutter, but I at this moment I don't know what to do.
So, shots continue to ring out in your direction. There is, by now, all of the guests who are not royalty and therefore do not come under the direct protection of the Knights of St. James have ducked under the table. Mr. Cutter, pseudo Mr. Cutter, takes a bullet and falls dead. You take a bullet, and it's level 2 harm. Of course, you are perfectly entitled to attempt to resist this. Well, you don't attempt to resist it, you automatically resist it for whatever stress expenditure it turns out to cost.
Yes, I've got 3 bars of stress left, so I think
You have 3 bars of stress left. You do also have tough as nails.
yeah, I think I'm going to take this harm. I'm just going to take the bullet.
Armor, you have armor. You also could have armor. If you wanted to have armor, you could have armor.
Yes, everyone remember, your load could include armor.
Everyone stay safe. Stay emotionally safe.
Yeah, I'll chow down to equipment slots to have armor in this moment.
Okay, so you have armor. I tell you what, I wouldn't bother ticking your armor.
All right, fair, because it's probably going to go if I'm using it on this shot anyway.
Well, no, the reason I'm saying tick your arm. Say you've got armor on, it's fine. The reason I wouldn't bother using your armor for this particular shot is because you've got 2 level 1 harm. I can't give you another level 1 harm, so this is level 2 harm no matter what happens, I think.
Fair, yeah. Yeah, I'll take the bullet.
So, yeah, you've been shot. So, other gentlemen strangers, it's open to you now. How do you want to respond? Basically, Mr. Hound is about to be swarmed by Knights of St. James. And one of them just shouted, "Shot from above!" So now eyes are up at the upper gallery. They haven't seen you yet, but they're looking. And also, they know how to get up to the upper gallery, so...
I'm sure that we would have and did leave a rope hanging, because I can't see up here, so we could leave a rope hanging from the out, like, because we knew that
absolutely have left
yeah. So what I want to do is I'm not gonna like carry Mr. Leech because that seems demeaning, but
you nudge him and go, "Let's go," kind of thing.
Yeah. While we are climbing up, and if this needs to be sort of like the next round, that's fine. But while we're climbing up, I want to look down and see if it looks like they're gonna kill Mr. Hound, I would like to take another shot at whoever looks like they want him to be dead.
I mean, Mr. Hound.
Oh, I don't know what he looks like.
You don't. That's true. You don't. You don't know.
It's just some rando servant.
You don't know for sure that that's Mr. Hound, and you don't know that that was pseudo Mr. Cutter. You're not quite sure why this footman is behaving in this way.
Yeah.
As far as you know, that's a second assassin. So.
Yeah. Then we're just climbing up. Or at least
Okay.
I'm just climbing up.
Mr. Leech, do you follow Mr. Lurk's
Okay,
suggestion, or
so
do you take another
how
action?
many how many
Just throw a
entrances?
smoke bomb.
Fucking, I could, to be fair. How many entrances is there onto the gallery?
There's the stairs. There are 2 sets of stairs up from the other room, and there's the one you made for yourself by clambering in through the roof.
There's 2 sets of stairs. Okay. The one closest to us, or where like wherever the shot came from. So I'm gonna say closest to us. I have something called subterfuge supplies or something. Basically, what I want to do is kind of rig something to this door, so if somebody comes through it,
You want to
There-
say you want to sabotage the door so it can't be opened as easily.
it either can't be opened, or if they do open it, that it smoke bomb goes off or something like that. Like something where if they come up and we're still climbing,
So you can absolutely do that. What I will say is that because this is a rushed situation, I will be putting you in a
Absolutely.
desperate position, but you can
Sure.
absolutely do this with your probably it's a tinker. I mean, let's be honest, it's a tinker.
Tinker.
But you can absolutely do that. Yeah, you absolutely can.
Risky. Yeah.
Risky. Yes, it'd be desperate position. You have fine tinkering tools that you can tick. If you want to tick, if you tick that, you'll have greater effect, but it'll still be a desperate position.
Yeah, I will find tinkering tools. Let's do that. Greater, yes.
Yeah, greater effect, desperate position.
Bonus die, nothing. I
What are
don't-
you?
Oh,
What tools is what are you using to do this? Oh, subterfuge supplies. Well, that's more.
or shall I do find?
You don't.
tinkering
It's fine. You don't have to do that. That's fine. You're fine. You're fine. Tinkering tools are fine.
Okay, I got 4.
Okay, so you rolled a 4, which is success to the consequence at desperate position. So while Mr. Lurk makes his way up, back up, and then down via scaffolding or whatever it is, scaffolding's easier on the way down. While he's doing that, you dash to the door to set up a tripwire and a smoke bomb. I'm guessing is how I'm imagining this going. You get it together, but it takes a little bit longer than you'd like because you're under a lot of stress. So the consequence of this is, so first of all, you made a roll at desperate position. So mark an experience point on your insight track because you did a desperate tinker roll. You are spotted doing this. So now there is someone trained on you. But you did succeed in setting up your sabotage. So if there is someone trying to come through this door to chase you down, they're going to be slowed down. Mr. Spider.
So Mr. Spider is going to stick to the subterfuge because he is very aware that he was seen going into this situation. So he would like to, rather than go and hide, play into this exact drama of the moment, which is to step back through the door that he's had propped and ready to sneak back out of. Since I imagine gunshots, servants, chaos, he's going to be holding the fake document that he's been using as his shield and like point to a couple of servants and like express a few panicked instructions as if one were someone's private secretary, just so he can be I think someone went that way. This round here, where's the cardinal's medicines, giving off the impression of being they might ignore him, but giving off the impression of being a slightly panicked under administrator, trotting about with his papers, and I'm going to be going around.
You work your way around, performing this sort of subterfuge of right. I'm part of the Headless Chicken Brigade. You come round to where you'd gone before, sort of where the entryway to the gallery is, and you can see a bunch of the Knights of St. James are gearing up to go up to the gallery, and someone comes up to you, and presses handle first a pistol into your hand and says, "Yes, Mr. Spider, those two over there." It's Mr. Slide.
I think what happens is he takes the gun just because it's been pressed and he takes it sort of on reflex, but he is going to stare at this person and absolutely freeze up. Like,
as you do so, pseudo Mr. Slide turns to face the Knights of St. James, who have just been looking around at what's going on, and shouts, "For the gentlemen strangers and for England!" And fires his weapon. His weapon does not seem to contain a bullet, just an empty cartridge, which is to his great surprise. The Knights of St. James see you standing next to him, both of you holding pistols, and they respond accordingly. Two of them fire pistols in your direction. So please, you will take... It's a quick shot, so it's only going to be level 1 harm. You can choose to resist it or not, as is your want.
remind me about resisting and its futility.
If you do not resist, I'll basically re-upgrade your blam to blam blam.
No, my blam!
If you
worked so hard.
If you do resist, then you won't take any harm. It'll be a grazing shot that won't really do you any harm at all, but it'll cost you however much stress you roll. And since it's probably prowess that I'm going to ask you to roll, you'd be rolling 2 dice to resist. And you want to roll as high as possible with the potential of not getting any stress, or even actually regaining stress if you roll a crit.
2 dice? Yeah, why not? Why not try and...
Okay, then you roll prowess.
No bonus? No-ness?
No bonus. You roll a 5, so it only costs you 1 stress.
Boom!
But
Blah.
you're basically you're there's a hole is torn in your sleeve by a glancing bullet. They are now advancing on you, however, that initial salvo. So you will be in, unless you run, they will be in hand to hand with you. And they look like they have arrest, a forethought. They don't know what's going on, but you're obviously terrorists of some kind. So
yes, I think maintaining, like, not dropping into his Mr. Spider-esque capacity, he is going to drop around the corner, running, hands up in panic because he's been shot at. But he is going to be going, no, I'm not part of this. Which
I'm going to ask you a question because it's something that Mr. Spider may think of or may not think of. It's something Izzy may or may not think of.
Thank you.
Did you bring Mr. Spider's mask, and do you take a moment to slip it on before they start paying serious attention to your face?
So I do have his mask. I did mind putting it in his pocket.
I'm happy if you'd have done that, yeah. You can say no is a legitimate answer. I just want to know. It's important.
I'm thinking out loud. My reasoning is that we are currently being framed for this, and saying the Gentleman Strangers isn't part of this, and then putting on your Gentleman Strangers mask.
I would say, well, fine, okay.
No, please reason with me. I'm trying.
I would suggest that you are not being framed for anything. You have been framed for this. The Gentleman Strangers are now part of this. The only difference is whether the wanted poster says Nathaniel Breaker or unknown masked assailant.
Then I guess...
it wouldn't say Nathaniel Breaker, it would say your cover identity name, but it would have your face on it.
Then I guess Mr. Spider is about to drop behind the conveniently placed statue, mask up, and then run with speed aforethought.
As you turn, possibly the psychologically worst thing that can happen to you in that moment.
No.
You hear a shot and a body falling, and although you know in your heart of hearts that it can't have happened, Chrissy died again. Your breath shortening, your heart still in your chest, fighting back uncontrollable tears. You slip your mask on. I've advanced the exit sealed clock to 2, which brings me to the subject of the solitary Mr. Lurk. Mr. Lurk, you have made it onto the ground outside. This is how this clock is going to work. Every time you do a certain thing, I'm going to roll a die. If that die produces a result equal to or lower than the result on the clock, you will encounter a Knight of St. James. Oh, you will in fact encounter. Oh, you're not trying to exit. It's okay. It's fine. You won't encounter a pair of them. Sorry, I may have done that wrong. I typed in 1D, not 1D6. I apologize. It doesn't matter. It's still a failure. So you land on the grass and you hear a cocking of a pistol. Drop your weapons, and you recognize one of the black-clad elite agents.
So, real quick, as Zoe, I don't want to say I told you so.
I just heard I heard those exact words.
Maybe this is a trap. Fuck, what do I do? Okay, so I'm on the ground at this point?
You're on the ground at this point, yep.
And I have one person aiming a gun at me and saying, drop it?
Yeah.
I'm... what am I gonna do? I'm going to... You know, I have stress to burn.
Mm-hmm.
I have plenty of stress. I'm gonna push myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to... Just run. I would like to continue running. And as I'm running, like, do some sort of, like, ninja shit and, like, push, like, knock the gun out of his hand. Or, like, no, trip him. I want to trip the guy as I'm running past.
You really want to make sure that he's not going to be able to follow you or anything like
Correct.
that. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I love that. So you're pushing yourself. So this sound, I mean, this is a wreck, probably.
I'm not good at any of these things.
I don't think it's conceivably a skirmish. It's conceivably a skirmish.
Can I make it a skirmish? Because I'm pushing myself to, like,
I'm offering you skirmish.
I'm
offering you to make a skirmish. So
because the running is not what I'm pushing myself to do. I'm pushing myself to do the, like.
So you want to push yourself. Are you going to use the devil's footsteps?
Yes.
So the feat of athletics, is that going to be the burst of speed or the burst of strength?
Is that
Well, a feat of athletics that verges on the superhuman might be something like you manage to cross the distance to where you want to go faster than you would normally be able to. It's just sheer adrenaline. Or it could be you push the guy so hard that it basically wins him and knocks him out. I mean, those are your options there.
I think the running is going to be the feat of athletics. Because I think, like, he just wants to push the guy as he's running.
Okay. So,
but if he can run fast enough, he can run faster than a speeding bullet. That's his... feat of athletics.
So it's a skirmish roll with a bonus die because you pushed yourself. There is a minor help, but I'm going to save that because you're pushing yourself. And I think Mike might need the minor.
Risky or desperate?
This is desperate because this guy has a gun leveled at you at point blank range. So also do take an experience point in your prowess track.
Okay, so desperate. You said standard effect. Greater,
You are going to be at greater effect because of the devil's footsteps.
Right.
Actually.
Right, because
it's standard, because you're trying to do two things at once, and I'm taking into account that the devil's footsteps thing is going to get you, assuming you succeed, you'll get that.
So standard with one bonus die because I'm
desperate standard, one bonus die. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, it's a crit! It's a critical success! Oh, that's splendid. We love that.
I'm the only one who's going to make it out of this.
So when you said ninja shit, you really weren't joking. You basically launch yourself upwards You launch yourself upwards, fist first, and you get this guy right under the jaw.
Yes.
This guy is out cold. And you dash all that adrenaline and fucking got him. All of that adrenaline. Are you trying to effect an escape from the grounds? Because you could do that
Yes.
with this. So you make it to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a critical success. You make it to a gate. I don't think I'm gonna. I think this is a critical success. I think you make it to a gate out, not a wall that you're going to climb. But this was a desperate roll.
Uh-huh.
Even on a critical success, there's a consequence to this. The consequence to this is that just before you got off the clout to the jaw, he managed to shout for help, for assistance, for backup. So you know that although you're right by the gate and you could escape, if you were to choose to stay or to assist, whatever, backup is on its way potentially for you or for someone else. So that's the situation as it is. But essentially what I'm asking you now, since you're at a gate, my question is this get out?
Can I so I'm like on the other side of a wall, you said.
Yeah, you're at the gate. One of the gates.
Can I do like a costume quick change
Into what?
into like more civilian garb? Like take off my coat, take off my hat, stash them if I need to, or just they disappear into a bag that I have, and turn into, you know, normal me, not Mr. Lurk, turn into Sully and do it that way?
Yeah. If you go down to light load,
Mhm.
from normal load down to light load,
Which is fine.
you can do that. You can take off your overcoat.
I'd like to. Well, that's probably all that I have time to do in this.
Let's Mr. Hound. You've had better parties. You've been to better parties.
I can't stand high society. Some shit like this pops up every time.
How do they do this once a month? Honestly.
Is there a window?
Yeah.
I'm gonna draw my pistols because I'm being shot at anyway. It's not like I'm gonna be.
No, they've already decided what's in store for you.
One shot is going towards the glass, and I'm going to try and break the glass and just get out of that window.
Okay. That's good. So that sort of sounds like you're wrecking to me.
I would. Let me have a look.
I tell you what you could do if you wanted to make this a compound maneuver and give yourself a better chance of doing it next time. You could, instead of escaping this turn, you could potentially use sharpshooter to get them to duck for a moment and give you the window to try it.
Oh, yeah, get that suppressive fire going. Yeah, I will 100% do that. I'm just going to start, in that case, it's pistols, the old Solomon Kane, fire 2 shots, grab more pistols, fire 2 shots.
Lovely. That's brilliant. I love that. That's fantastic. Okay, so I like that.
And I will take a hunt rather than a wreck, as hunt involves shooting from a distance.
Yeah. So yeah, let's do hunt. There is a minor help. I'm going to give you that minor help, but I'm going to give you the option of having that minor help now for your suppression or later for your escape.
Oh, later for my escape.
Fine. Okay. Yeah. So you push yourself for 2 stress.
Oof, doofer.
You push yourself for 2 stress. So that's a hunt roll with 1 bonus die.
I should like to help. Because I can. I'm using spider abilities here to flashback for free.
Mm-hmm.
To the moment where I see Mr. Hound is like doing the thing he does where he's like a gun, another gun, a spare gun, my extra guns. And I see him loading up these guns and like doing the things he does when he checks, and Mr. Spider is there doing the thing where he's staring into space and not really being involved in things, but he just turns and goes, he sees that Mr. Hound has left two of the very small little Derringer guns that he doesn't really use, and just says, I reckon, given that those are only small, if you loaded them up with a single shot each, they'd be quite useful to shoot and drop. You never use them for anything. They might be useful for suppressing fire.
I'll take that.
Okay, great, lovely.
So that's like they're stuffed in the weird strap you get on socks. They're in there. Yeah.
So that's another bonus die. Lovely. We love that.
Superb. What's my position?
You are in desperate position.
And the effect?
Well, standard effect.
That's all right.
Actually, you have a fine pair of pistols. You're not trying to damage anything, though, are you? No, I think just standard effect.
That's fine. Standard.
Unless you're telling me that part of your intention is you wouldn't mind if you hit some of these fools as well.
No, I'm going to play up the soft thing. It doesn't help my case if I have to, I don't know, prove my innocence further down the line if I've killed some of these guard fellas.
No, probably not.
4, 1, 3, 4.
Fan-dabby-tastic. So you roll a 4 at desperate position. So you have successfully gotten enough of them to duck but get behind cover, that when you attempt to get yourself out through the window, you won't be at desperate position anymore. However, you did, in the course of doing this, take some shots. So it's, oh no, that can't be it. That wouldn't achieve the purpose I desire. Because then I would have to upgrade your shot to level 3, then you wouldn't be able to do the escape, and that was kind of the whole point of this situation. So instead, what I'm going to say is that your fine pair of pistols have malfunctioned. Getting the shots off this quickly, you've essentially jammed both of them. So you won't have access to those for the rest of it. It's something you will be able to fix trivially, but you won't have access to them for the rest of this. Did you mark experience in your insight track as well?
I did, yes.
Fantastic. Well, I see no reason not to let you make the escape attempt immediately. So that's probably. I want you to roll for that.
I mean, it's a completely unbroken window. I should probably roll to see if I can get out of it.
Yeah.
I will happily hurl a chair at it if I can.
Yeah, let's make that a wreck. And you have that minor help, so you can have a bonus die on
that. Desperate again?
No, it's not desperate because you suppressed them successfally. So this is just risky.
Oh, very good.
Just risky.
Risky standard. One
actually,
bonus die.
You have created a lull in the fire. I'm happy to say you've paid the price for a controlled position on this.
All right, I'll take that. Controlled standard.
Control standard with one bonus die from a Hyperion's minor help.
Big money, no whammies. Big whammy, no money.
That is a 3. So you hurl a piece of furniture at the window. You break the window. I don't have any problem with that. But you're all skirmish for some reason.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. It was meant to be a wreck, but that's okay. That's easy peasy. We'll do.
Well, I would have one less die, I think, if it was a wreck.
You would
just be the one.
That's fine. See what the result is. The result's the same. 1s aren't actually any worse than 3s. They just look worse. They feel worse. So because you're in control position, I think you're on your way out. I think you lose your footing on your way out. So what I'm going to say is, while you've broken the window, you haven't managed to get to it to escape. I think you're now ducked down behind one of the side tables.
That sounds good.
For next time. Mr. Leech. How's it going, buddy?
Am I climbing out at this point? Like, how much time has elapsed at this point?
A few seconds. I mean, it's a bit wibbly, but your options are before you. You've rigged up one of the doors. You haven't rigged up the other door. Your escape route is right in front of you, and there's nothing between you and it. I am actually going to advance the clock.
I see where Mr. Hound is. Actually, I don't know it's him.
You just don't know it's him. No, you can't see him anymore. Actually, the second assassin is still being shot at.
And I don't know where Mr. Spider is either, because I don't know what they look like either. Freaky fuck. All right. I guess I'm just gonna have to get out of here. No, I'm gonna get out.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I might just plonk a smoke bomb down, because I know they're looking up, or they were looking up.
Yeah.
So to cover me, just right in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
As I'm leaving, because they can't see me, and that might give cover to other people, but I don't know that that's going to happen. But...
So you drop down a smoke. So this is probably going to be a prowl, since you're trying to move without being seen.
Sure.
But I'll give you greater effect because you set up the smoke bomb, and because you've sabotaged the door. So that's another smoke bomb if they try to make their way through.
Risky or
I'm
desperate?
going to say Oh, that's interesting. I'm not going to give you greater effect, but I am going to give you controlled position.
Controlled, okay. Standard effect. No bonus die, or no?
Not unless you push yourself for a bonus die.
No, this is just to get out, isn't it? I'll be alright.
What do we get? We got a 4. You rolled a 4 and a 4. You take the lowest result, which is a 4. So that's success at a cost, but it was a controlled position. So I just think you make a careful landing. When you get down there, I am going to roll.
There's some dude on the floor. Somebody's
Someone,
clapped a dude out here. What the heck's going on here?
Someone's been clocked. Now I am actually going to. So because the alarm was raised by just before the guy got knocked out, there is actually someone down here to meet you, and
fabulous.
They square up against you, and say, "Get on the ground now."
I don't think I'm going to do that.
Okay.
I think I'm going to say no, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I am going to just seeing what I have in my thingamajiggies. Nothing that I can really see at the moment. So I'm just going to do a Mr. Lurk and run.
Okay.
Because I'm guessing he's got out of here. Like, I don't see him.
You don't see him. No, that's true.
You see a man far on the horizon,
just looking like
just
this
behind him.
There was no contingency plan for this going wrong, which means that you're all looking out for yourselves.
It is kind of every man for themselves.
To be very fair, our usual contingency for everything's gone to hell
is get out.
Extract yourself.
We
meet at the Millennium.
That is true, actually. That is the usual contingency plan. And of course, Mr. Lurk and Mr. Leech were not in a position to help Mr. Hound because they don't know where Mr. Hound is. They don't know he's in trouble.
I did have some sort of. I do have a blow gun and darts and syringes. Would I be personally I would have that as some sort of tranquilizer.
Mm-hmm.
is it possible? Because I'm guessing we're close. Like this person who's telling me to get on the ground, we're fairly close.
Yeah.
Close enough to throw a dart, or
You're welcome to try.
what would that be?
Christ.
'Cause-
You're really. Is it hunt? Not
I don't-
really. Oh, you are attack with precision shooting from a distance, kind of. Is it skirmish with an opponent?
I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point because I've got nothing in all of them, in both of prowl and hunt. Or
yeah.
skirmish.
I think you'd roll that. I think you'd roll one of those things. It's probably a skirmish because you're in close with them.
Yeah.
So you're at desperate position,
Sick.
and you're on
And-
limited effect or reduced effect, whatever it's called, because you're not you're not using the blowgun. You're just yucking a dart.
I would like to push myself on this though.
You're absolutely welcome to push yourself.
to
Yeah.
get away from this.
Spend 2 stress.
And that gives me a bonus die, yeah?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Or 1 bonus die. Okay. Fuck.
Okay, so that's a 2 on desperate position with limited effect. So, the dart just sort of clanks off his coat, like it doesn't go through the cloth. But in doing so, he has launched himself at you, with it's a truncheon. It's a fucking blackjack, and just cracks you across the skull. This is level 3 harm. This is, you are all but knocked out.
No. I want to resist this at least. if I
Yeah,
can.
absolutely.
Let's not forget that we could have armor if we wanted to.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I could put armor on.
Look, the last time I forgot armor, I got shot in
I'm
the ribs.
afraid you can't have armor.
Why?
Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no,
my-
you actually can. You can have armor because I forgot you have the +2 to your load. This will be almost
Yes.
the last thing you can take. But yes, you can wear armor. Remember to tick. You have to tick both boxes for armor. It's 2
Yeah.
boxes. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So you can, if you tick your armor, there we go. That reduces it to level 2 harm dazed. You can still resist.
Yeah, I'm going to try resisting it anyway. I've got enough stress. This might as well.
Absolutely. This is probably a prowess. This is prowess, isn't it?
Okay, no bonus dice. Just a bit. I'm so shit today.
So you successfully resist, but it does cost you 5 stress.
It's okay.
That reduces
Okay.
it. That reduces it to level 1, which I'll just call disoriented.
Youchy.
You are now in hand-to-hand combat with this knight. Mr. What's happening to Izzy? Is he having some sort of event, possibly cardiac in nature?
The pollen count is very high,
pollen
and
count is
I am
very
being tortured by the sky.
So, Mr. Spider, it's all gone a little bit, not quite to plan.
Could you remind me what's going on with me?
You've just ducked around a corner to put your mask on, but you're being pursued by knights who are now fully under the belief that you are an assassin in cahoots with the assassins.
Yeah. So that being said, they're pursuing me. I believe that I'm upstairs because I was trying to scoot round past the gallery.
You were trying to get upstairs. You were still en route there. Remember, Mr. Pseudo Slide interrupted you.
So where am I in the building?
There's no upstairs. There's the gallery, which is not really upstairs. Or there's downstairs.
Forgive me. I thought that the gallery was upstairs because I thought it was a.
Then let me
mezzanine.
be specific. The gallery is up some stairs.
Fine.
It's not upstairs because it's not another floor.
So I'm going to
of the building.
reiterate. Where am I in the building?
You are on the ground floor of the building. You are in the atrium to the Great Hall. There is the way into the Great Hall is one direction. There are the stairs up to the gallery. Although there are knights on those stairs trying to pursue Mr. Leech, and there's the main exit to the building.
Are there other doors leading from this little atrium, like, going places, servants' doors?
Yeah,
doors?
not visible to you, but yes, on this level there are.
Not visible to me is not helpful. If I don't know they're there, I don't know they're there.
You know they're there, you just can't see them because they're in other parts of this floor.
Yeah, sorry, I meant this room where I am,
No.
where I can see.
Not in this room, no.
Okay, fuck. So I'm being pursued. I want to get out. They'll have the front door covered.
Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Not on the side you can see, they don't. The people covering the front door are kind of the people that you're running from. They're not at the front door, and if the circumstances are right, you could make it out without them.
Then I guess if it's a trap, it's a trap. I run out the front door.
You run out the front door, so I'm going to roll a die. You roll a 2, which is less than 3, which means you are intercepted by a knight.
Right, let's do this.
I think you make it out of the front door and it's outside that you're intercepted.
Yeah.
You're not flanked by knights on all sides. And
so what does he do?
Pointing a gun at you and tells you to get on the floor.
I think Mr. Spider doesn't stop. I think he runs out. He's told, get on the floor. I think he's just going to take a shot at this knight.
Okay.
He's got a gun in his hand.
Yep, then that sounds like a hunt roll.
Superb.
Risky position, reduced effect.
I'm going to spend stress to be stressed.
Well, you can spend stress. You can either increase the effect or you can gain a bonus die.
I think gaining bonus die is the way I'm going to have to do it. How is the connection to the server now being interrupted? I'm in it now. I'm using it. Why is Roll20 so absolutely garbage?
I don't know. It happens to you a lot. It happens whenever it's not the main tab. Roll20 just forgets it exists, and it's really inconvenient.
Also, I was in the tab, I was doing things, and then it was like, oh, I've been interrupted. I'm like,
would you like me to roll for you?
No,
or...
I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now.
Good. Let's do this.
Risky.
Reduced or limited. It says reduced in the book. I think it says limited on Roll20 for some reason.
Yeah, it's limited on Roll20.
Okay, so you rolled a 3, which means you do not manage to strike the knight with your bullet. He, however, manages to shoot you. So that will functionally upgrade your blam to a blam unless you choose to resist.
No, I'm taking armor.
You are taking armor. Excellent stuff. Okay.
I think literally it's going to be a ting, and then he's wearing a fucking chest plate or something.
Did you spend the stress to push yourself?
I did.
Good.
No. I did, and then it reloaded, but I have now.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Excellent. So yeah, you take armor. You've got a plate on underneath your underneath your
It's the
shirt.
exact same gesture that he got McCreary, and it just tings, and he's like, not again.
Yeah. Fantastic. Now he sort of drops his gun and takes out this club. So that's going to be the situation that you're in. Up next, am I even talking to Mr. Lurk anymore?
Yes, because Mr. Lurk, now that he's in civilian clothes.
Yes.
Well, so my first instinct was to run back to the base and talk to Amelia and be like, Amelia, shit's hit the fan.
That will take you so. I mean, by the time,
like that's. Yeah. So I think what I'm going to do instead, since I know I'm sort of like waiting because I know that Leech was sort of right behind me.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do in civilian clothes is start running. I mean, like scoot along the wall, so I'm not, it's not like the guy that they were chasing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But I'm going to scoot along the wall and then pop up and start running toward the chaos to be like, hey, I'm here to help. What can I do? Let me help, get people to safety, get the, the servants out. Like, doing basically my bodyguard job. It's just, I'm an off-duty bodyguard, and I've seen this chaos, and now I'm here to help.
Am I correct in assessing that what you want to do is create a distraction for the guy who's fighting Leech, so that Leech can get out from under? Or was it something else?
Well, it was sort of that. It was more like I want to be able to get inside and maybe get eyes on Leech myself, so I can be like, "Hey, Leech, it's me."
Oh, right.
Get out.
You'll see Leech as soon as you go back round, because of course Leech is out right where you were, where you landed from the scaffolding.
And I see that he's.
You probably see him. You probably see
trouble.
him get clobbered. Yeah.
Shit. Does it look like the knight who? Knight? Is that what they're?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it look like the knight that hit him is like going to try and finish the job?
Yeah, 100%. He has raised that truncheon. He looks like he's about to bring it down.
Then yeah, I'm gonna do distraction. I'm gonna do a hey, you over there. I'm here to help. What can I do?
Okay.
And like start running toward them.
So the way we'll manage that for now is I'll go to Mr. Leech. Mr. Leech, you will essentially have if Mr. Lurk spends 1 stress, then that will be an assist on whatever action you choose to do next, because the guy has to look around to see what's going on. So whether you're running or fighting back, you'll have a bonus die on that roll from Mr. Lurk. You don't recognize Mr. Lurk, although...
Does he recognize my voice?
American, so you might put that together.
Yeah, I feel like I would recognize his voice. I'm going to stab him.
Well,
I
assume by him you mean Mr. Lurk, so yeah.
No, I'm not going to stab Mr. Lurk. I'm going to stab the man that is currently on top of me.
So you tick off a blade or 2, I assume,
a blade.
From your... Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
If he's looking back, I can just...
Jesus Christ.
I'm just thinking I've got to get him off of me. Like, he's just whacked me in the head.
That's certainly an option. So that will be a skirmish.
You are a doctor. You know all the best places to stab people.
Can I persuade you that it's maybe a wreck? Okay.
Could you make it a wreck?
I'm wrecking his artery.
You can apply Savage Force and make it a wreck. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on. Cancel. Risky.
Risky. Limited effect.
Oh
but extra die because of my.
But with 1 bonus die because of the distraction. Yeah.
Right.
Please.
5.
Okay.
5. Nice done.
Thank you, random American man who's just run over the wall that sounds like my friend, but I'm not entirely sure is.
So you launch yourself forward with a blade or 2. You are not a trained fighter. So a wreck roll is great, because a wreck roll is you slashing wildly.
Hang on. I'm not a trained. Well,
I mean, you don't have skirmish, right? Like you're not incompetent at it, but you're not a trained knife fighter. I mean, who is? You did receive prior training in how to hold a weapon, but not a knife. But anyway, you're slashing at this guy. It's a wreck anyway, so this is not skilled action. This is stabbing and slashing and all this. This guy's obviously wearing some kind of heavily padded clothing, so you're not opening him up. But you do get a deep slash in. There is some blood on the end of the blade, and he cries out in pain. And he turns his attention back to you. And you get he does manage to defend himself slightly, so I'm going to issue you level 1 harm. This would effectively upgrade your disoriented from level 1 to level 2, unless you want to resist it.
I really don't have the ability to resist, so it's gonna have to be a level 2.
Okay, it's gonna be level 2 clobbered. Okay, you are clobbered.
Were you wearing armor?
He
Yeah,
used
but
his armor.
I've
He
used
used
it.
his armor. Yeah,
Shit.
that's
Right.
whole armor now.
Can I also, if I see that this fight is continuing and it's like, oh, we have to kill this guy, can I throw a knife as I'm running over?
Well, you
Since I don't know that we're going to be able to convince
I
him.
don't know how well. I mean, the problem is that the action that you did to distract him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I don't know, because that's already had its.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. That's fine.
Certainly, you can join in now that you know that he's still. You distracted him. You certainly achieved that. Now he's back on. You know, he's basically shouting at you. No, go away. This is under control. He doesn't assess you as a threat yet.
Yeah, I want to do whatever I can to help my friend not get killed.
If you want,
That's like
if you want
priority
to,
number one.
Brilliant, thank you for that.
If you want to now take a shot with your pistol or stab with a
That's so
blade.
loud, though. I'd rather stab.
Okay, yeah. So you are wielding a blade or two.
Yeah. Which is, I guess. So is my normal load on me and just inaccessible, or did I stash it somewhere?
It's all in your.
I don't know how
it's all in your coat. So because you have specially sewn clothing, you do have. You're wearing your light load, but your light load is still worth 5.
Okay.
But you won't be able to go up to 7 because that's in your coat.
Right. Okay. So I have a blade or 2. Yeah, I would like to skirmish with this.
I mean,
asshole.
To be honest with you, you are technically entitled to a prowl because he doesn't assess you as a threat. This is a sneak attack, which comes under prowl.
A backstab and throat cutting.
This is a backstab. So you
ambush with close violence. Hell yeah! Is this controlled or risky?
I think it's risky because he is in a combat stance.
Cool.
That's risky.
But standard effect.
Limited effect because he's quite tasty.
I don't know if Leech has ever seen such violence from.
But
Mr.
you
Lurk.
can push yourself for increased effect and pushing yourself will also.
Okay. I'm getting a little high on the stress. Well.
True, but if this is the last time you're directly facing one of these.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So that
would actually give you eligibility for Devil's Footsteps.
Oh right.
So you could
confuse your enemy. No, that's not what I want to do.
But you could do a superhuman feat, like you could, for example, be able to.
Can I throw him? I don't know that throwing him would help.
Up into the roof, so he falls through back into the.
It means you could swap stabbing for a full-on body slam.
You could.
I want him to be dead so that he stops chasing us.
You could make this so that on success it's just an execution. Yes, you can do that.
Yeah. I would like that to happen.
That's fine.
So increasing the effect.
Yeah, put the effect up. Yeah.
To standard, but no bonus dice because it's either or.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah. So you're increasing the effect of standard. Oh, you're increasing the effect of standard with your pushing yourself. But you're also doing. Well, because you're doing Devil's Footsteps, you could spend that push yourself on an extra die.
Yes.
I would like to do that.
Because Devil's Footsteps is going to increase the effect as well, so yeah.
I've already rolled it.
Roll another die, that's fine.
How do I do that in Roll20?
You type /R, and then a space, and then type 1d6.
1d6. Is that the right one?
Holy shit!
Not only was it the right one, but it turned your roll from a 2 to a 6, which is what we like.
I am a ninja master.
So because it was
Leech is like, what?
So it was.
I am the coolest person you have ever met.
It was a 6. I don't think he's going to get to fight back because you were basically. I think you just step up to him and you just, with uncanny precision, you take your knife across his throat, spraying Mr. Leech in blood.
Yeah, Leech is covered in blood.
Leech has been clobbered.
Jesus.
Yeah, Leech has been clobbered. So like, they're probably like their disorientation is like thump, and now somebody's leaping over like a ninja out of some Avengers movie and just slicing this man's throat and just blood everywhere. Leech is having his time.
I am just going to make a quick note of something.
Oh no.
Oh god, the Archbishop of whatever the hell is out here and he's gonna get poisoned or something.
Oh yeah, isn't somebody supposed to be like very ill right now too?
The
because of
Cardinal, yeah,
stew?
he's quite ill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well.
But you've successfully killed this knight, so the way is now clear for Leech and Lurk to make their exeunt if they wish to.
Yeah, whether we can do that now or whenever it comes back to us,
you have dealt with the only obstacle. So if you're telling me that this is your exit from the score, then we can just say that you do that. Okay.
Yeah, I do the bodyguard thing where I'm like, yeah, like I'm helping this person get away. They were shot or something.
I mean, sure. Absolutely.
I would. I'm gonna. Do I? Yeah, I'd say I have my mask on at the moment. You should
I would
probably take that
probably
off.
tell you to remove it. Yeah.
So you can breathe, if nothing else.
Hi.
Leech, it's me.
Removing your mask.
It's me. I know that you. There's so many of us Southern Americans here in London, but it is I. You should probably take that off. I think they know who you are. I don't have to look at your face. I can you can like smear blood on it or something.
What I've always thought was is that the beak can probably be detached by means like it's probably buttoned on or whatever. So if you want to be able to breathe, you can probably keep the part of it that's goggles. If you
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna yoink that off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's get you back to the base, and we'll catch up with the others.
Oh.
You'll be all right.
So, Mr. Hound.
I'd like to leave through the window. That's all I want to do in the world.
Well, since they don't presently know where you are, since you made them duck and then hid behind something, this is actually probably a prowl.
Awesome. I'll happily do that.
It's going to be a prowl at risky, but a prowl nonetheless.
I think I might as well, because I have friends. Friends are in trouble. I'm going to do another free flashback because I have two and I haven't spent it yet. And I think you don't get points at the end for unspent abilities.
Absolutely.
I like the idea that during this we've seen little flashbacks of Hound walking around and doing things during the day when he was Anwaring, when he was Selwyn during the day, getting on. And I think we just hear the voice of Mr. Spider when he's getting on, saying, remember, I'm sure at Lambeth Palace there are those big windows overseeing the Great Hall. There must be some that have got cracks in, or score a couple of windows near the bottom. I'm sure that they'll, if ever we need to break our way in, there might be a handy way. Just thinking about how to get in. And if you do that while you've got time during the day, that'll help us out probably.
I'll take that as a help.
Excellent.
You know what windows are going to be the easiest to break, or the ones that won't fuck you up as much.
Is that a bonus die?
You might have previously unlatched one, so it's better than the one you broke. So yeah, you get a bonus die on that. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Let's go.
Go. That's a 4. Yes. Fantastic. So I think what's the consequence of this? I think on your way out, God, you're so full of harm. What's honestly up with you at this point? I think while you're on your way out, technically that's less effect, isn't it? Because you have a level 2 harm. So I think you've landed. Immediately. I think you've lost some momentum from this. Like you're not in the perfect position, just immediately jump up running. And I think the consequence of it is that someone has heard you. Someone outside has heard that you coming through the window.
Awesome.
So, Mr. Spider.
Hello.
Actually, hang on. Can I stay with Mr. Hound? Because Mr. Hound is potentially a roll or two away from the perimeter of the premises.
I withdraw my Pepe Alu.
It was great. Let's have it
take
again.
back the hello.
I'll have it in a few minutes. It'll be nice. It'll be a nice refresher. So Mr. Hound, you hear someone sort of calling. Who's there? So you know that someone's around the corner. What's the scheme?
I'm going to just having a look at what's available to me. I'm going to let out a low whistle, and I'm going to get Burke to run through from where I am, where he's been deposited in the garden, and get him to go scurrying through the garden so that whoever is calling for me thinks it was the dog that made the sound and not myself.
I love that. That's brilliant. Okay. So I like that. I think yeah, I think that's a good setup action. So you can have a bonus die on your next roll, whatever that may be. I assume it's going to be a prowl the hell out of here, but
yeah, I want to prowl exit stage left. What's my position?
Your position is controlled because you successfully distracted the guy. So,
and I am on a lesser effect because
you are on lesser effect.
Yes. I'll take that 5.
That's a 5. Okay, it's on control position, so that's fine. I think you're not owed any further horrible, terrible consequences. And you affect your escape. Sort of moving a little more slowly than usual. You leave it a little bit, and then you whistle for Burke again, and the two of you lope off into the night. Mr. Spider still on the premises. You have exited via the front door.
Mr. Spider, I'd just like a point that Mr. Spider's never been the last out.
No. So you are in combat with someone who has drawn a club, a truncheon, and is about to lay waste to your skull.
No.
Oh. Yes. Yes. Yeah. What's the plan then?
I guess the plan is he's drawn a truncheon. He's drawn a truncheon. I am a nuncheon. And I should like...
Someone drew a truncheon at this luncheon.
Someone drew a truncheon. We're at luncheon. Time to break the escutcheons.
Yeah, it is.
I think that Mr. Spider in this situation is going to go for the old 1-2 of...
Oh, you're going to talk about Rook's Gambit, are you?
Well, it's the old 1-2, which is that I would like very much... I'd actually like to do something ever so slightly different to my usual Rook's Gambit. It is a good thing. It is a cool thing. Sorry, normally on Roll20 I can mouse over what the thing is and it'll tell me. But could you remind me what Consort does, please?
Consort, completely different concept.
Consort.
Consort is to you schmooze your connections to gain information or access to resources. It's not going to help you here, probably.
And prowl?
Prowl is moving, prowling unseen, traversing obstacles, ambushing with close violence.
Okay. So, this is either a prowl or it's not, but if it isn't, I'd like it to be. Is that I would like... He's pulled his truncheon, he's coming towards me, and the gun thing having not worked, the gun gets dropped. It's not a thing of interest to me. It's not even my gun. That's been put away. And Mr. Spider is going to say, no, now. Like, going to back away at the same speed he is, going, now, hang on. Wait a minute. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this like gentlemen. And then I would like to blam, throw a throwing knife at him. And I do not care if it does damage. Genuinely, I'm looking to aim the throwing knife at him, and then run the fuck away because I am outside. I should be able to find a place to run, hide, or scale, and I am far more interested in distracting him with a sudden burst of violence that he wasn't expecting.
It's not really a prowl, but you've got Rook's Gambit.
Yeah, I'd like to.
So if you
I'd
want
like to take advantage of the sudden violence aspect rather than it being like a wreck or a.
I mean, you can do it's functionally a bonus die for 2 stress, which is the same as pushing yourself. I could offer a devil's bargain as well.
Offer it.
Gabrish.
Okay, don't offer it if you have no such bargain to offer.
Oh, I haven't used a devil's bargain all session. I feel like I should offer a devil's bargain at some point.
You should.
Well, it's an unrelated devil's bargain to this skill roll. It's just an overall dramatic devil's bargain. So I will offer you a bonus die if pseudo Mr. Slide survives this night and remembers your face.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That sounds superb. I'd love there to be fallout for someone having seen my face. And heard Mr. Spider go, Christopher! Ah! He didn't do that, but anyway. Yeah, give it. So that's 2 bonus dice for me.
It's not 2 bonus dice for you, you're just rolling prowl, aren't you?
Oh yeah, rolling prowl with a bonus dice.
So you spend 2 stress.
Yep, done that.
Gosh.
And this is risky.
This is risky.
Effect standard.
Well, what are you trying to accomplish?
I'm trying to distract him with sufficient violence that then I can fucking book it.
That's fine, yeah. That's great.
Now come on. Come on, don't let me down.
A critical success.
That's the opposite of being let down. That's being let up.
So I think it was a throwing knife you were using.
Literally, it was just so it could justify it being thrown as a surprise.
So I think you throw it, and I think that he flinches, and sort of disorients himself, and you book it, and by the time he's recovered his senses, you're out the front gate and on the street and gone.
And he'll do the similar move to Mr. Lurk, which is run 2 streets, swap out, get a cab.
And as you all make your separate ways back, you hear that there is an alarm you hear the bells of police carts and so on. Something has gone down at Lambeth Palace. So, you all eventually, battered, bruised, psychically stressed, mysteriously no one traumatized, you make your way back to the Millennium Club. Amelia isn't there. She's gone home. Gone out for the night. She lives here. She doesn't go home. She lives here. But you all make it back. Probably Lurk and Leech make it back first, since they're in the best shape. Followed by Hound and Spider in due course.
Spider comes in last, and everyone's like, "Oh, has he finally died of mental?"
Lurk is pissed, by the way.
Mr. Hound and Mr. Spider, have you, in the time between your journey, masked back up, or are you arriving as Nathaniel and Anne? Well, actually,
no,
Mr. Spider is masked up.
I 100% am No, hounding it back up.
Yeah.
I should not be Anwar on the streets right now. Anwar on the streets, hound in the sheets.
That's
I'm
all I saw.
excited to learn what that means.
That's fantastic. So yeah, you all arrive back, and with increasing relief, see each other all returning essentially alive.
That went poorly.
What
Funny that.
just happened?
Beast
Who were those guys? Why have I never seen? I guess I don't know about the Mr. I just know about the Mr. Cutter saying he was with the gentleman strangers.
Yeah.
Where were you guys? What?
We were in amongst it.
And is that man with us? Who was that?
That was a very good approximation of a former gentleman stranger, Mr.
So
Cutter.
so someone A knew we were going to be there. B knows what our past members look like. So this is a setup. This is
Yeah.
It can't be anyone else than those others. Those bloody
You know what?
bastards.
I want to say this, but Mr. Spider is he's not here to hear me be angry. Oh, there.
There they
Nice.
are.
I just said I want to say something, but Izzy isn't here to hear me be angry. So
I
now
was
Izzy is
listening.
here.
I'm gonna fizz rep exactly what Mr. Spider is doing
Oh,
to my best approximation,
gosh.
which is Mr. Spider has sat down and Mr. Spider just goes.
Did you get yourself a strongbow? That's got the Archer King on it. That
was
gasp
you.
It
was
was him
amazing.
the whole time.
Mr. Spider, who's normally a brandy drinker, does whatever the equivalent of pouring himself a pint is. I guess he's got some gin or something. He pours himself like a big glass of gin and is just sat at the table and just
So
goes,
I just want to take
pauses
stock.
and pours one for Mr. Hound.
I want to take stock real quick because and you can see that he's sort of like glancing at Mr. Hound while he's saying this to be like a look, I'm standing up for myself. I'm doing what you told me to do. So 2 things in a row, we have been given or offered something that is exactly what we want, whether it's this like our arcane knowledge from the magic door, or it's here we're going to give you all this wealth and a vampire killing weapon. It's like they knew exactly what we wanted. These people know what to give us to get us to do stuff, and we just do it and we walk right into it.
I think the
Whatever-
key thing.
Whatever your and he is now pointing at both Spider and Hound, whatever your desires are, whatever your wants are, whatever this baggage is that you have, people are taking advantage of it, and it almost got all of us killed tonight.
Beg your pardon.
He's not wrong.
We were offered useful weapons and intelligence. That is something that we all want.
I was with you when we met that vampire lady. You told me that there was some history
Yes.
between you.
Of course there was. But you are a gentleman stranger as well. Wanting something that is useful for our further survival is not simply something that Hound and I want.
There's a difference between working to get useful items and being offered exactly what, like the perfect treasure and immediately jumping on it without any further questions.
I'm sorry. Earlier yesterday, when we were sat in the Aventine, I distinctly don't recall you asking Thorn and Wynn more additional questions when asked.
I had never met them.
Yes, but
I
you
didn't
were
know
there when the job was offered. You had the capacity to question it. We are now facing the consequences of a job we took. If you are going to come to us and say that it is our fault.
When we were shown that card that Hound found, the combination of those words is too silly for me. That Hound found on the ground. When we saw that card, I said it. There's these coincidences don't just happen in this line of work.
No, you're right there.
That card should have. We should have known, and we didn't. And now look at I had to help Mr. Leech limp back here because he almost died.
Yes, all of us almost died in this line of work, Mr. Hound. Your hindsight is spectacular.
The one benefit that we've got is that was not meant to be something that we walked away from. That was meant to be a trap that broke us apart. Now, my face was seen by many there.
Yes, mine too.
So we literally cannot be seen out on the streets in the same way that we once were. But we now know that there are agents out there that know enough about us, or at least half of us, to try and present us as a threat to king and country. The one benefit that we have, the two benefits that we have: one, we've gone out, and two, they don't know you two.
We don't.
You're right to be angry. You should be. But let's direct it somewhere useful.
We don't fully know what they know. Using Cutter was interesting because Cutter could have been there. They use slide as well. Whether that was designed to hurt us or whether that was because they didn't know that he was dead, I don't know, but he used my name. My sobriquet, but
Well, I think the only people that saw us is dead now. At least us two.
Good.
I don't know what they saw. I was shot at and I masked up, but
They saw me plain as day. I'm fucked if I step out there.
mercifully though, whilst they saw you plain as day, the person they saw was likely more forgettable. As in, you were a servant. They won't have committed you as to memory as.
So, can we agree that those two bastards set us up?
Certainly, yeah.
That is the approach that I am somewhat taking. Yes.
So we're gonna fucking kill them, yeah?
That's exactly my thinking too. Look, thank you for getting Leech out of there. And as I have said, you two are right now our strongest assets. They seem to have a cut-off point about how much they know about us. They'll know you by sight. They'll be able to recreate your costumes, no doubt. They don't know enough about you to try and use what you want against you. The best thing you can do right now is to get patched up and keep that up.
We have to move carefully, though. We've just come out of a war. I'm not ready to go back in for another one.
He'll raise his glass to Lurk and to Leech. Thank you both. I think for the rest of the night, do what you need to do and take a somber sip from the liquid.
Yes.
I think that Mr. Lurk. It's so funny that one of the very first rolls that I rolled today was to get my stress away, and it was, oh no, you don't have access to your wife anymore.
Oh, especially since Mr. Spider was going to say something like, I'm sure you all have wives to be getting back to.
The thing is, given what Hound just said, I don't think that he's going to go home. I think he's going to set himself up a room here because he doesn't want to put his wife in danger.
Mhm.
He might, when he finds Amelia, he might have her, like, somehow send a message, piece of mail or whatever, to let her know that shit went down and he has to lay low. But he's not gonna, if he thinks that people are on his tail, he is not gonna lead them to his family. So he's gonna spend the evening setting up here, being very angry, very quiet, angry tantrum.
Good, because Spider is glaring at him because they've had a fight, and Spider is grumpy. And so...
They're gonna slam their doors in each other's direction.
I think when Amelia gets back later, she's surprised that you're all still here.
What, she thought we were all gonna die?
No,
Amelia set us up!
no, but normally when you're done with a job, you go to your respective private residences and show up to debrief the next day. She's definitely not used to seeing Mr. Lurk spending the night here. That just I can't. That probably hasn't happened often, if it's happened at all. She does not make any inquiries because she can see that she can feel there's like an atmosphere. So obviously something has gone wrong.
I'll hand her a note. It's not sealed or anything. She can read it if she wants, and just say, would you mind sending this to my wife?
Don't you worry about it. She'll have it before she's finished breakfast tomorrow.
I'll just tip my hat and go to my room.
So
Before we end, I think Leech would probably want to go and thank Mr. Lurk himself. Because he was gonna die.
Yeah, let's have New Blood Old Guard wrap up time.
Yeah.
So I don't know where you've made your
I'm
hovel.
sure we have, some room somewhere.
Everyone has a room. Like, just
Yeah.
it depends on how homely they've made it.
Your angry hovel, but Leech will knock on the door.
Come in.
Alright. I mean, you're not, but alright.
Yeah. It's funny, I've had this room for months now and I've never slept here, but
yeah, it's weird. I was gonna start putting all of my stuff in it, all my excess chemicals and stuff. But you're here. Look, I'm not a thank you type of person, but when I have some spare time, I like to mess about with distilling alcohols and stuff, and this is something I've made, but it might be awful. But back in the army, we would drink whatever, so I'm fine with it. But
did you make like bathtub moonshine?
Yeah, but it's like so small, so it's probably so concentrated.
It's
And
enough. It's
probably has cocaine in it because, of course, it does.
Yeah,
Oh,
mix your downers and your uppers. That's what they always say. You should
Yeah.
do.
That's what they say.
It's an early vodka Red Bull.
Yep.
But I mean, you can. It's for drinking, but I suppose you could
Clean pipes. with it?
disinfect
Yeah.
wounds with it. I don't know. It's probably strong enough to do that.
Well, if you need to disinfect wounds, you might want to keep it.
No, I got plenty of that.
Yeah, I guess a lot of that blood isn't yours. Sorry about that.
No, well, I mean, lesser of two evils, because otherwise it would have been mine. So,
Yeah.
how the hell did you get out of there so quickly?
The adrenaline, it just something clicks in you and you just gotta go and you're just
I mean, 1 minute
I channeled my inner horse.
right. I mean, 1 minute I was putting a smoke bomb down, the next, you're gone. So yeah. Suppose that's a
Mr.
bit
Lurk
like
is a horse girl, confirmed. He wants to save every pony.
A brony. Mr.
Yes.
Lurk is the world's first brony.
Well, yeah. I mean, you could have just galloped off, I guess, but no, you came back. That was Thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I'm glad we got out because, good God, that was fucking terrible. I still don't even know what happened, quite frankly, and I'm not sure I want to ask either of them what did.
Yeah, I have a feeling that their baggage, that this isn't the last, that it's going to come back to haunt us. Just got to keep our eyes sharp, I guess. Stay skeptical. Maybe don't take up every gift and every offer that we're offered, but
I think we're just in such a desperate position we'd take anything, but I think we've learned maybe that's not so good.
Yeah.
Maybe that's we shouldn't do that in the future. And I'm hoping that they don't know who we are, but
they probably don't. We're probably fine.
I hope not.
We killed the only guy that saw you.
True. But oh God.
Nobody saw me because
you're as fast as a horse, yeah, cool.
I'm as fast as a horse and as dark as shadow. And he's just gonna put his
as
his
they like
shadow
to say,
over him.
you are a dark horse.
Yeah.
Did not see that sort of violence coming from you, I gotta be honest, but here we are. And you didn't get hurt at all?
No, I'm fine. I was out of there, yeah.
Well, it's just alright for some of us, I suppose.
Yeah.
I can't wait for season 3 of this, when Mr. Lurk finally becomes an Alicorn princess, which is what the fans have always wanted for the character, the final form.
My secret unicorn. Did you ever read those?
The sneakiest animal that there is, the horse.
Anyway, that's it. I'm gonna.
Yeah, thanks for the
whatever that is. Like I said, probably better for disinfecting your wounds, or I don't know, cleaning some of the mold off
lighting
the
on
ceiling
fire.
or something. Ooh,
it's a high-proof multi-fruit schnapps. Okay,
it would be really good as a Molotov cocktail. So
it's Everclear.
Bit awkward, given that they haven't invented a Molotov yet.
I don't know what one of them there is, but
since it involves refined petroleum, they probably haven't invented it. Yeah.
In fact, you might be able to run the boat off of it if I'm. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, keep working, and I'll be willing to drink.
We'll call it bio.
Anything that doesn't work.
Anyway,
whatever doesn't work for the ship will work for me.
Probably best to stay clear of Spider and of the door and of any windows because of the storm.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go see to this head trauma that I've got. But right, okay, wait, right. Leech just like back out of the room, going like.
And Lurk is just like.
Also, they've got the plague mask on this entire time. Like, it's so sincere.
Battered with blood.
Yes.
That's
I have come to bring you a beverage. Forgive the fact that I am doused in the gore of my foes.
I've brought you this drink. It may well be poisonous.
I have distilled a vodka from the blood of those who fell at my blade.
I will bite you. Sleep well. Goodbye.
Well, then why are you people here?
I actually think in a flip reverse of that moment, once the others are out the room and like they're sat in like the little back parlor space, the first thing Mr. Spider does upon picking up his drink is he leans back in his chair and he just throws his mask down on the table so that he can actually do this, which is just the nicest thing in the world when you've got a headache. The gin is probably not good for headaches.
Tough night.
You know, I've had better.
Could be worse, I suppose. And he'll take off his own mask and set it on the table.
Do you think they picked Cutter because they knew you were there?
Could well be. And slide for you, I imagine.
Can I be honest with you?
Please do.
I see him. Not just when I'm sad, and not just in that way that you do when someone dies. It's so real.
Yeah.
I'm missing part of me. I joined the Gentlemen Strangers before. There's this whole part of my life that I've just forgotten. I'd been through that door before. And I feel like Christopher and I were friends. Beyond just Spider and Slide. We were close. But I've forgotten. And yet he still haunts me. Like I haven't. And I see him, and sometimes he's the only person I can talk to.
Yeah.
They gunned him down. Again. But I had to see it again.
Hound will stand, lift his drink up, and take a swig of it. Toss the rest into your face, launch himself at you to careen you backwards off your chair and get you pinned down to the ground beneath him.
So Mr. Spider will struggle against that, but it's just not going to succeed. But there's definitely a fierceness there as he tries to fight back. And he goes, Hound, what the hell?
You need to listen to me right now. I hear you. I hear everything you're saying. Yes, what we're doing, this line of work, it's going to chew us up and spit us out. It did with Cutter. It did with Slide. It's doing it to us too. But those two up there, they haven't been through what we've been through yet. They're not broken like we are yet. And because of that, because of the cruelty that we've seen, we owe it to them not to abuse their trust. All right. So I'm not going to be hearing any more tales of you leaning on them for your wants. I'm not going to hear any more tales of you challenging foremost wizards and shedding assets because of your current desire. And most of all, you're going to say it right now, or I swear to God, I'm going to cut you somewhere. Slide is dead, and you will not speak to him again.
Now you listen to me.
No.
You were not here when she was. You do not know what I had to weigh up. That door was an asset selected for us by Madam Whisper. And yes, I picked a fight with Constantine. But she came to us with an ultimatum, one that I wasn't willing to make. I don't know what the others have told you, but she came to us and asked us to give up something that was our asset and threatened us. You took us to war with McCreary, and I stood by you. I have not chosen a war with Miss Constantine, but I decided that she was not an asset worth having. And if you'd been here, I would have had your back.
He'll kind of shove back to stand up at that point, turn, and there's like a hissed curse from him. I've got your back too. Don't think I don't. This is taking chunks of us away. This is taking chunks of us away. Cutter was the only person that was even remotely like me, and he's gone.
He's gone because we let him go. Because it was kinder to do so. You don't think that it haunts me every day that Christopher is dead because I couldn't keep him safe. Because I trusted the violence of that moment to you and to Cutter. And since then, I have done everything I can to not be in that position. I have been down in that basement, in that armory, every week. Because I won't die like him, and I won't see them die like him either. He died because we weren't strong enough. I won't let that happen again.
He died because we weren't strong enough. He'll turn, step towards, if I were unmasked now, and extend a hand to help you back up.
He'll pause, but then he'll take the hand.
Pull you up. For the love of God, stop talking to ghosts. Talk to me.
Behind Hound, sitting in a chair, Christopher Wick looks up and goes,
Like, in that exact moment, Spider has obviously his eyes have focused over Hound's shoulder, and just like tears like fully form in his eyes in a way that you've never seen before. And like there's a long beat, and he'll look back at Hound and he'll say, "I'll try."
Takes his mask, puts it back on, walks out.
okay. So, in another time and place, the Archer King sits upon a rather old and undecorated chair, positioned nonetheless like a throne. Thorn and Wynne step back from it and stride away with purpose. Though in the gloom of the brazier-lit chamber one might perceive a hint of concern on one of their faces. Another courtier steps forward. Moses Kaplan. Nervously, he hands forth a small box, which the Archer King opens. The golden mask hides any reaction, but he takes out of the box an elaborately moulded cast-iron key upon a silver chain. His musing over the key is interrupted by a flash of stark white through the high windows and the immediate crack of thunder. The king looks to the window and says, almost as if he were in conversation with the weather, "Not long now." Payout. I think it's fairly obvious, as if you even check, that Thorn and Wind do not show up 2 nights hence to render your payment to you.
Bastards.
But Mr. Hyde, with all of the kindness he can muster, asks if perhaps for the time being you might consider not patronizing his establishment. He makes it very clear that your work is your work, and whatever is true is true. But his clients don't need to know that London's most wanted are drinking at the same pub. And oh, by Christ, is the name Gentlemen Strangers not everywhere? Wanted in connection with treasonous actions. The reward is high. And there are depictions of a man in a plague mask, of a man wearing white tie and an opera mask, of a man in what can generously be described as a cowboy hat, with a bandana over his face.
How did they see me?
How indeed? No one at Lambeth Palace saw you, did they?
Oh, the fucking...
Zoe.
And of course, of Mr. Hound in his battered old hat, with his mask, and that very astute gleam in his eye that Mr. Hound is known for. Functionally, you are now at war with the Metropolitan Constabulary.
Fuck the police. It's all cops.
It's cops all the way down. So this will, of course, limit your downtime actions as when you were at war with McCreary. Ending this war will be somewhat more difficult on account of the fact that you can't just find the chief superintendent and knock him off, and that's the end of that.
It's actually a hive mind. If we can just kill the mothership.
You find the police queen, and you stop her laying any more constable eggs, and that's how that ends.
Yeah.
I worked so
wish.
hard to get us out of that last war, and I went back at pissing fucking piss war.
Piss war.
All constabulary are bastards.
You are at piss war. That is true.
We're pissed.
I will think about how this manifests a little differently, because obviously this isn't a faction that you can necessarily negotiate with. It's not really a faction that you can directly sabotage. So I might make it so that it's not quite the same thing as a gang war. We might come up with a different sort of system. It might impact your relationships with other factions, for example. I know Mr. Hyde has made it clear he doesn't care. It's just, until things have calmed down, at least. He does not run a criminal bar. He runs a bar for those on the Eldritch Underground. He's still perfectly happy, for example, for Amelia to come and take your mail and things like that.
And it's just worth noting, since I know it doesn't matter, but I think since he probably told Hound and Spider when they went to go and meet Thorn and Win and beat them up, like Mr. Spider will have said something like, "It was a fit up," just so that, because Hyde likes to be aware of whatever's going on, not as a sort of "you must let us stay, we're innocent," but he's letting Hyde know "Hey, we didn't try and kill the Prince of Wales. Something's going down." I don't need that to be responded to. I just meant more. I think Hyde is one of those people who should know what's going on at all times because he's the bartender of the underground.
Yeah.
So he wants Hyde to be aware, hey, something hinky went down. Someone set us up, and we get it, but weird.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I owe you all some experience points. And some downtime, don't I? So let's start with Mr. Hound. Mr. Hound. Experience points. Oh, you're about to rank up, my friend.
Hell yeah.
So, did you address a challenge with tracking or violence?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that's about accurate. So that's it. You just ranked up. So you'll get a new special ability. Do you have anything in mind?
I think I'm going to take the veteran special ability, and I'm going to take one of the cutter's moves.
Ooh.
It's either going to be not to be trifled with. You can push yourself to do one of the following: perform a feat of physical force that verges on the superhuman, engage a small gang on equal footing in close combat, or I'm going to take the bodyguard ability. When you protect a teammate, take +1d to your resistance roll. When you gather info to anticipate possible threats in the current situation, you get +1 effect. I'm leaning towards the bodyguard.
Hang on, do you mean that you and I both have veteran and you took a cutter ability and I took a slide ability? Because that's
Yep.
Wow, that's Jesus. Calling Dr. Freud. Great. Okay, fantastic. We love that. Let's continue giving you experience points because you still have experience points. Did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Even just the simple line of "there was no one like me other than Cutter."
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you specifically used your heritage and background to infiltrate the 100%.
So I think take 2 on that one.
Absolutely.
Mark 2 if you've did it multiple times.
You are the arbiter of how many experience points you get for it. I'm very happy with that.
Delicious.
You struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session. I mean,
Yep.
that sounds like a yes to me
Multiple
too.
times,
Yeah. That sounds absolutely. Yeah, and Mike's raising an interesting point here. Do remember the whole multiple times thing. Multiple times getting you 2 XP instead of 1. You don't have to justify it to me. If you feel like being generous, be generous. It's not like D&D. Your leveling up isn't going to make you exponentially more powerful. It just gives you more interesting tools. Okay, fantastic. So, you are owed some downtime. I'm going to say 2 downtime actions for now because I haven't figured out the mechanics of this high wanted level situation. Oh, I should also say that so rumors about exactly what's happened here are everywhere, and what your motivations were and so on. The first thing to say is that you gained quite a lot of rep for this. So you actually gained 6 rep for whatever it is you were doing. This puts you at tier 2 with weak hold. People think you guys are up to something. You're on another level. For an organization with 4 people in it, you're now tier 2. That's very, very respectable. That's better equipment you can get access to. Everything's just a slightly higher quality for you now. Crew, did you interfere with supernatural operations or destroy a monster? I don't think we can really say that, can we?
I mean, the papacy is a supernatural
I mean,
monster.
of course, notwithstanding the papacy, you didn't really contend with the papacy, though, did you? Had you punched the cardinal, maybe. Did you contend with challenges above your current station? Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You really did. I'm going to tick that twice, because you kind of contended with two challenges above your current station. Did you bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one? Yes, you did. You did. And you bolstered the mysterious reputation because no one can figure out why you do. Did you express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew? I think yes, to be honest. You're well on your way to a crew advance as well. Right, let's deal with Mr. Lurk. Mr. Lurk. Oh, sorry, I didn't do. I'm going to do Mr. Lurk next because Zoe has to run, if that's okay,
Sure.
Mike. So, Mr. Lurk.
Yes.
Oh, you're close to ranking up too. Did you address a challenge with stealth or evasion?
I climbed down into a roof. Or from a roof.
You did. So you gain a special ability. Do you have one in mind?
I was thinking either which one? I think shadow is what I'm gonna go with. So what is my special armor?
So
is that my cloak?
No. So special armor isn't an object. It's the really I don't like the name, but it's the name that they use for freebie consequence. It's get out of jail free card. So when I say, oh, you fail, you're detected, they raise the alarm, you go, no, I spend my special armor. It's basically a form of resistance that doesn't cost you anything.
Okay.
And you have an armor box next to your where your other armor box is out that says special. Once per score, you can tick special armor and you get a free resistance on a particular type.
So there
There
might be an
is?
ability where you can expend your special armor
Yeah,
for someone else.
Under armor, you should say armor plus heavy and then special underneath that. It's right above where your coin is tracked.
I don't.
It's
Oh. Yes.
I know what was
Yep.
happening. Yeah, I get
Yeah.
it. I get it.
I was
yeah.
looking at the. Yeah.
Nope, that is indeed very
Um,
confusingly placed. Yes.
Especially because
um,
they're like right next to each other.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Okay, so I am gonna need help remembering that I have special armor, but I think that this will be useful.
Well, look, you've got the shadow ability ticked, so you could yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So let's continue with XP then. I actually think you might warrant a second XP for that, because I think there were several separate challenges you addressed with stealth and evasion. So
I expressed my inner horse.
I mean, yeah,
And horses, as we know, are the stealthiest animal.
they are the stealthiest animal. They are the lurkiest animals that there ever was. Did you struggle with issues from your vice or traumas during the session?
I think, yeah, at the end, deciding not to go home to my wife, I think counts.
Yeah, you're trying to protect her by maintaining distance. Absolutely, I love that. Okay, and downtime. I assume you're going to be indulging.
So I don't know. Can I? This is maybe a bad thing to ask because it's negative, but can I develop a new vice?
You can develop a new vice. Yeah, a vice is interesting because it is both it's an advantage. But you can develop a new vice if you want to spend one downtime action seeking out a new vice. You can do that, and then the second one indulging it. You can do that.
My purveyor of my vice is going to be Mr. Leech.
Okay.
I'm gonna take up drinking.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
His magic rubbing alcohol.
Okay.
Yeah, bro.
You're gonna go down the stupor route with.
He's
yeah.
stuck inside. He can't go see his wife. The weather
Okay.
sucks.
might as well have a drink about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's good. So you don't have any trauma at the moment. So you don't experience any kind of. You're not an addict of any kind. It's just this is a new way you discovered to take the edge off. Yeah. Okay. I don't mind that. Mr. Leech is your purveyor. He makes the high strength. Horrible meths.
Yeah.
Great. That's fantastic.
Cocaine
That's
gives
great.
the edge.
With for some reason cocaine. I'm on board. That's great. That's everything I need from you. If you need to dash.
So
off.
can I spend one downtime to like develop it and the other
And
downtime
then-
to indulge?
Yeah.
once?
So yeah.
Cool.
Have a session with it. What did you get? And you recover 5 stress. Yeah.
One. No, go. Why? It won't go away. Oh, you did it.
You
Okay.
have to click on the new stress level that you want. You don't. Yeah, you don't.
I thought I was
it's-
clicking away.
Yeah, you
no.
try to toggle them, but that I don't know why. But yeah, fantastic.
Perfect.
You've done it. That's great. Okay, back to Mr. Hound.
I have to run.
Zoe's
Thank
off.
you all.
So bye,
Thank you all
Zoe.
for the
Thank you so much.
game.
We'll-
Thanks for yelling at me.
Anytime.
Absolutely wonderful.
If I leave, is it going to totally like fuck up the?
Yeah, could you leave like your call running and it wouldn't?
I
Can you
can.
just turn off your video on Zoom and then you'll be a blank?
Does
I
it
screen?
thought that would cause issues.
No.
No,
Of course
that'll
it
be
is.
fine. That'll be fine, I think.
Because if you
Yeah,
turn
it's
off your,
if you leave.
if you turn off your
Okay.
camera, it'll
Okay.
just leave us with a black box.
Perfect.
It's just
Okay.
yeah.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
That mysterious that has actually slightly effed things up, but not in a way that anyone was able to predict.
But
I
now
think-
everyone will know that it was Zoe B.
Oh gosh.
Oh, Zoe B fame.
There we go. I've immediately fixed it. Okay, so Mr. Hound, back to you. We were doing some downtime, weren't we?
Yeah.
Wow, you've just got a whole lot of issues, man. I mean, full of holes psychologically and physically.
Yeah, I think I'm going to indulge my vice.
Would you like to indulge weird or obligation? I mean, weird is the one that doesn't take you out of the club.
That's true. Yeah, I'm gonna do some weird shit.
I have a suggestion, but it's not.
I'll take the suggestion, yeah.
I mean, given that in the past your weird has sometimes taken the form of the seance type spirit medium type thing, do you feel like maybe you'd try to help exorcise Mr. just in case there actually is
Hell yeah.
a Mr. Slide ghost haunting the premises?
Yeah. I'll try and commune with the dead and tell Christopher Wick to fuck off.
Yeah, excellent. Perfect. So yeah, let's get some vice indulging. We love it. Oh, perfect.
Ooh,
Lovely.
delicious.
Look at that. We clear 6 stress. Perfect. Lovely. And now another downtime action for you.
I'd love to get some healing, even if that's surrendering on myself to Lurk. Yeah, Lurk's like an in-house doctor. I'll get him to
Leech.
look at my boo-boos.
You don't want
Leech,
Lurk. You
forgive
don't
me,
want lurking
Leech.
off you. Lurk will do some horse-related stuff. Yeah. So heal away. Let's see what happens. You get 2 dice for this.
What?
Well, I've got this schnapps, you
3
see.
and a 1.
I reckon that'll help you out. Just
3.
drink it.
So you fill in 1 segment.
No, I just pour it directly into his wounds.
Internal bleeding. I got something for that.
I'm going to double check that one, make sure you get the best thing. 1 to 3 is 1 segment. Yep. So you fill in 1 segment.
I have done so.
Excellent stuff. So next up is Mr. Leech. Hello, Mr. Leech. You're not doing too great either, are you? Let's start with your XPs. Did you address a challenge with technical skill or mayhem?
I guess I rigged a door.
Yeah, I guess I rigged a door. Yeah, you rigged a door. Yeah, you tried to drug a guy. That's definitely technical skill.
Yeah.
Did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background?
No.
Okay.
I think so.
Did you struggle with issues from your vice or traumas during the session?
No.
Okay. So downtime then. Downtime.
I need to de-stress and heal. So
de-stressing, you're temporarily cut off from being able to run your free clinic. So it's off to Covent Garden to visit Miss Dericourt.
Yeah.
Have some time with one of Miss Dericourt's girls.
Yay.
So yeah.
Admit that this was Leech's other trauma.
Leech has not yet indulged this vice. This is the first.
I did.
You might have done early on. I think Izzy might.
Maybe I wasn't listening then.
Possibly.
Yeah, Ellie Carver is a loyal customer. So yeah, click on indulge.
This is how she walks there.
Well, your face isn't known, of course. You're okay.
Alright.
Plus, you're part of the lesbian underground, you know.
Yeah.
Which is I'm part of 2 undergrounds.
Sorry. The Tipping Velvet Underground. Come on, Izzy.
The
lesbian underground and the supernatural underground. I'm a member of both.
It's a lot of undergrounds.
The Velvet Underground and the Helvet Underground.
Right. No bonus die. Submit. Boink.
3. So yeah, you recover 3 stress. I've done that for you.
5.
That's fantastic. We love that.
I need to heal.
And you need to heal. So yeah, click on healing and you get 2 dice.
2. Number of... Oh yeah, 2. Sorry. No, is it...
4, so you get 2 segments on the clock. There.
Fabulous.
Okay, lovely. And now Mr. Spider.
Good day.
He's not doing so great.
Hello.
Did you address a challenge with calculation or conspiratoire?
Are you filling this out or am I?
I'll fill this out, yeah, no problem.
Then yeah, I definitely think so.
Did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background?
Yes. Now, this whole thing has been... What's that? The upper echelons of society are doing a thing. I guess I'm involved.
Did you struggle with issues from your vice or traumas?
I think multiple times.
I think multiple times. Yeah, I'm perfectly happy with that.
I got pushed out of a chair by a rude fucking guy.
You did, but possibly deservedly.
Oh yeah. Still rude.
Now you have some downtime actions, 2 or potentially 3.
I have actually many downtime actions because my recent level up, I took if you see I took the ability Analyst.
Oh yes, I see. You can distribute long term project clocks.
Basically, all of my level ups, I've been just pushing abilities into downtime. So the downtime is when
absolutely, yeah. No, I mean that's the way the playbook works really well. So what would you like to do first?
Oh my god! So the first thing I would like to do is Mr. Spider, wanders down to the armory, to the little desk area in the armory, and finally puts down his little sleeve activated pistol because he wants to fix his gun because the many moons ago the spring broke on the
Yes, it did. Yeah.
So I just want to put two ticks straight away into repair gun spring.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So that's
free. That's Analyst.
You don't have to do that as part of a downtime action,
No,
or is
during downtime I get 2 ticks.
Fantastic.
I'm gonna have to do a Zoe and leave as my dinner's just being served out.
Same, honestly.
I know we have run very late. Thanks for sticking around as long as you can. I'll
Oh, good. Now that they're all gone, I then spend the rest of my downtime murdering the gentleman's train.
Finishing your setup of what was meant to kill us all off.
Yeah. So I translate Analyst as I can only put ticks into things I've already started doing, or things that are already set up.
Any long-term project clocks involved? No, I don't see why. You can start a new clock if you want to.
Well, super. That's still a clock I needed to have.
Like a clock at 0 is as much of a clock as a clock at 1, as it were.
Am I led to believe that we are on house arrest at the Millennium Club for a bit?
No, I mean, not yet. Not for this one. I'll figure it out.
Okay. In which case, I think Mr. Spider, really should indulge his job, because he's been off and on for a bit. I think he needs to show up a bit.
Indulge away.
No bonus dice.
No bonus dice. 6. Excellent.
Oh, wonderful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'd like to use functioning vice to work super hard and
get that last stress off.
Yeah.
Perfect. Lovely.
Which is great, which is lovely. Then I would like to heal.
Yep.
Using the lovely help of Mr. Leech.
Yeah, you get 2 dice for that. You only rolled 1.
So is that 1 segment?
No, you get 2 dice.
Oh, sorry, I added a bonus dice.
It did not show up. Oh no, you input 1 number of dice.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll just roll again.
Oh, excellent. So that's, you already had 2. You get 3 segments. You don't need 3 segments. So you fill up your clock and blam is gone. You are finally not shot.
Mr. Spider, no stress, no harm.
Oh God, you're in oddly good physical and mental health for someone who's been through everything you've been through.
Then I should like my 3rd and final downtime action to be
to finish your gun.
To finish my gun.
Okay, that's a tinker.
Controlled.
Yep, controlled standard.
No NUS dice.
Yep. Oh, boom.
Was that a 6?
That was a 6. You have successfully repaired. You're in really good shape. You've gone through the John Wick montage. You've gotten all your markers and your guns and your ammunition.
So I guess getting shoved out of a chair by a rude friend.
It just did you some good.
Would you be able to start me a clock called the Cardinal's Documents or something? Because I guess this montage will end with him getting them out, putting them on the desk, and going, well,
the Cardinal's Documents clock has begun.
Time to get on with this.
Since it's not in English, I've put it to 10 segments.
Makes sense.
Okay. Well, in that case, I think that's everything we have to do. Thank you all for showing up. This was a longer session than planned, but an awful lot of fun. I certainly had a lot of fun running it. But thank you all for showing up. Thank you for all the helps and hinders. They were really, really cool. They really helped get the drama going. Things have just changed a lot for the Gentlemen Strangers, and I'm sure I don't have any more horrible surprises in store as we head into what will be the final 2 episodes of Volume 2 of the Gentlemen Strangers. All that remains me to do is to thank our lovely supporters on patreon.com, who are Andre Cherupnin, Araloki, Dinkledor, Elegos Alexander, Henry Prestige, James Malloy, Joe Ken Poyner, Michael Bowman, Mike Fielding, and he's not here, so there's no point not saying MWKilburn. Photosynthetic, the Archaeologist. It's just great to have your spiritual and, if we're being honest, financial support helping to keep the lights on around here. It's always very good. I like being able to eat. So thank you all for that. We will be back. I think I'm not going to say when we're going to be back because the schedule's going to get a bit weird because I wanted everyone to be available for the next few weeks. So we'll keep an eye on the Discord for announcements when sessions are going to be, because for the next 2 sessions I would like to have everyone here, and sometimes that can be a bit difficult to organise. It'll always be Sundays. It will pretty much always be at the same time of 3 p.m. I don't think they'll run as late as this normally. But until then, I hope everyone has just a wonderful week, couple of weeks, whatever it is. We'll see you around, and just Excelsior.